Before capital moved at the speed of light, it moved at the speed of institutions. It flowed through banks, through stock exchanges, through sovereign balance sheets. Value was built in factories. Power was held in institutions. The world moved forward, but slowly. Then something changed. Technology broke the walls. Platforms rewrote industries. Code challenged capital itself. Value was no longer only extracted at scale, it was created at inception. Before the IPO, before the market, before the world noticed. Capital was no longer only raised, it was engineered. Capital was no longer only raised, it was directed. 10 years ago, a simple but radical idea was born in Riyadh. Not to follow capital, but to ask, where should capital go next? That idea became a platform, a movement, a signal. The Future Investment Initiative. The world changed. Supply chains fractured. Economies realigned. Certainty collapsed. And capital had to adapt, from conversation to coordination, from dialogue to deployment. FII became a global platform. Riyadh, New York, London, Hong Kong, Miami, Rio de Janeiro, Tirana, Tokyo. Multiple cities, one mission, to shape what comes next. And today, we're back in Miami. Not to celebrate the past, but to confront the future. We are entering a new era of capital. Artificial intelligence, energy transition, infrastructure reborn, sport, cryptocurrency, new industries, new power, new responsibility. Capital is no longer static. It is not regional. It is not sectoral. Capital is in motion. And the question is no longer, who has access to capital? The question is, where does capital truly belong? From concentration, to disruption, to realignment, to intelligence, we are entering the era of capital with purpose. FII Priority Miami is not a destination. FII Priority Miami is a movement. The next decade begins now. Welcome to FII Priority Miami 2026.
Morning. Your Royal Highnesses, Mr. President, Your Excellencies, distinguished leaders, dear partners, dear members, dear friends, more than ever, gatherings like this one are not a luxury. They are a necessity, because progress doesn't not happen in isolation. It happens when people come together, when ideas meet, when perspectives are shared, and when leaders choose to engage. And in those moments, something powerful happens. We create possibility. History reminds us that the most meaningful breakthroughs, economic, social, and human, have always started with dialogue, with the courage to sit at the table, to listen, to challenge, and to build together what none of us can achieve alone. This is exactly why FII exists. Not as another conference, but as a platform where ideas move, where capital connects, where decisions are shaped, and where the future is not just discussed, but designed. So today, I want to start with a simple message. Thank you. Thank you for being here in such great numbers. Thank you for your presence, your energy, and your commitment. And thank you to the extraordinary leaders who have joined us from every continent. I know that for many of you, it was not easy to travel. Your presence matters. It reflects the shared belief that dialogue, collaboration, and action are the foundations of progress. As for me, my role, my mission has always been clear: to be a catalyst of dialogue, to be a curator of dialogue, to create the conditions where conversations that matter can happen and lead to action. Because in the end, dialogue is not the goal. Impact is. And if we succeed here over the next few days, it will not only be because of what is said on stage, it will be because of what happens between you. The connections you build, the trust you create, and the decision you make. So let us engage. Let us think boldly, and let us build together the future we all want to see. Now, I'm delighted to introduce our chairman, His Excellency Yasser Al-Rumayyan, Governor of the Public Investment Fund of Saudi Arabia, Chairman of the FII Institute, in conversation with our friend Robert Smith, Founder, Chairman, and CEO of Vista Equity Partners, following a short video from PIF. Thank you.
PIF is one of the world's largest and fastest growing sovereign wealth funds. The United States is PIF's most important partner outside of Saudi Arabia. Since 2017, PIF has directed $170 billion into the U.S. economy, fueling growth, creating opportunities, jobs, and contributing $205 billion to U.S. GDP. Together with our U.S. partners, U.S. businesses, and top global asset managers, we're advancing innovation across mobility, aviation, renewables, sport, technology, finance, and more, strengthening markets and creating long-term value across both nations. PIF's deep U.S. commitment spans across sectors, from our New York office to Live Golf, CONCACAF, FIFA Club World Cup, Surge stake in PFL, and Sanibel as one of Silicon Valley's largest backers in next-generation technology companies. From shared investments to shared ambition. Anchored by major stakes in Lucid Motors, Savvy's $8.5 billion acquisitions of Scopely and Niantic, and Google Cloud AI centers, our partnership is building opportunities that reach far beyond today. Looking to 2030, PIF's U.S. partnership grows even stronger, creating over 500,000 American jobs and building long-term prosperity across both nations. From vision to value, PIF is invested in better.
What are we going to say?
Well, thank you. Your Excellency, it's always good to see you and welcome you back to Miami and to the United States with all of the wonderful team and partnerships that you've brought to our country and all the changes you've made in the world. To start off, I think what we'd all like to hear is how you think about this activity that's occurring in the Middle East and how it affects the strategy of the PIF going forward.
First of all, it's always good to be back to Miami. This is our fourth Miami FII event. Actually, one of the guys yesterday asked me, do you know how many times we've been here? I said maybe this is the second or third time, and I couldn't believe this is the fourth time. So it's always great to be back in here. I just maybe would like to start with three main messages. The Saudi microeconomic and physical position remains strong, stable, and resilient. And the PIF's portfolio is well diversified and structurally resilient. We are a long-term, patient investor. We measure our returns not in quarters, but in decades. And PIF remain committed to its investments around the world.
It's been impressive to see what the PIF has done in building partnerships, making impact, and building ecosystems. Part of what you all have done, of course, is with the FII, invited the world to come and participate in a lot of the work that you are doing and the way that you are investing capital. What we'd love to hear is how you think about the next evolution of the strategy of the PIF and how we as partners of the PIF can participate in that evolution of the strategy.
Yeah, I always would like to, when answering these kind of questions, to give some bit of background on what PIF has accomplished and when it started back in 1971. It was more of a nation builder that created number of different sectors within the Saudi economy. Then the second transition was from the year 2015 until 2020. And we accelerated a number of different sectors. Then we're the third phase, which is from 21 until the end of 2025. A lot of things changed. We put so many efforts to deploy more domestically, and we did so much within the domestic economy. Then, now to your point, it's the evolution of our strategy because it keeps on changing by progress. We're gonna hopefully reveal our next 5-year strategy in the coming few weeks. And this strategy, we want to get more and more people to work with us, to encourage third-party capital to work with us. We put the foundation for many of these investments. Initially, in the previous strategy, we wanted to do most of the investments by ourselves, and it's all equity. Now we're looking into it in a greater way, how to invite people to come and work with us. And I'm not talking only about the domestic investors, the local investors to come and work with us, but I'm talking about the international investors. And we already started seeing some of the results by having major asset managers like BlackRock, Franklin, Templeton, establishing new funds with us to come and invest in the Saudi economy.
It's been impressive to see how the PIF has taken a leadership role through institutions like the FII and actually putting capital to build national champions, invite parties to participate in opportunities. And, as you said, when we were in Riyadh, for a period of time, you had a lot of Saudi coming to the world, and now you're looking to invite the world to come to Saudi. What are the ways that you would encourage investors to participate. You know, the PIF has done, I think, a wonderful job building out infrastructure that de-risks investment. What are some of the infrastructural assets and national champions that you would encourage us as investors to take a really close look at in investing with you?
I mean, I remember the first time when I visited the US back in 2015 as a governor of PIF. I tried to sit with most of the asset managers. No one knew who we were, right? So the main thing that we try to do and achieve is how to bring Saudi to the world, how the different investors around the world will know who PIF is and what's Saudi and what the investments in Saudi could feel or look like. Now, we are in a stage where we want to bring the whole world to come and invest in Saudi. And in the past 10 years or so, we put the foundation for these investments, for the right environment, the right ecosystems for people to come and invest with us. And there could be different parts of investment. It doesn't have to be all in form of JVs or an actual investments into our companies, but to come and work with us and the investments that we are in. Not only in the urban development and real estate projects, but in data centers and the pharmaceutical sectors that we're in, and renewable energy that we would like to invest in and have it as one of our main targeted ecosystems.
Well, one of the things that's been impressive is the amount of capital that you have actually brought into the U.S. as investments.
Yeah.
Almost $200 billion at this point. Across multiple sectors. When you think about, avionics, when you think about mobility, we're now thinking about, entertainment and sports. And the PIF is also, in our private conversations, is looking to encourage investors to now start taking the lead in these activities. I remember a time when we were in the Red Sea, just looking at how you've invited local investors to take the lead and inviting foreign investment. How would you encourage, again, us as investors in the world to really engage in the specific sectors with the portfolio companies that you've built over the last 10 years?
Exactly. That's what we're trying to achieve now in this new phase of our strategy, is to basically crowd in the private sector to work with us, both the domestic and the international ones. You mentioned the Red Sea, and I see John Pagano, the CEO of Red Sea Global Company. It's a stunning kind of development, and we brought in like 19 different hotel operators from all over the world to come and work with us. The initial thought was we should do the whole thing ourselves, but maybe the initial work that we have accomplished is to put the foundation and the right environment for the others to come and work with us. And the form of works is not only through the hotel operators. We're talking about the infrastructure, how we can get more and more people who work in the different types of the infrastructure. The partnerships shouldn't only be in a form of equity. It could be like BOT, PPP, or some kind of offtakes where our partners will come and put their work on the ground, and we will, in return, offtake their risk. So de-risking is one of the main things that we're trying to do in most of our projects within the kingdom.
Right. You know, we all are engaged in a new general purpose technology that's affecting every single industry. That artificial intelligence technology, as you and I have talked, it's in some respects, it is an enabler, it's a tool, not necessarily a product. How do you view the ecosystem evolving? How do you view the ecosystem of artificial intelligence evolving? And what is the kingdom's role and the PIF's role in ensuring that that ecosystem evolves effectively, sustainably, that you can leverage for your, not only your national champions, but for your other partners who are engaged in it?
Yeah, I always said from the beginning, AI is not a race to start with. We have to think about it and to see and to put the right foundation. And I think Saudi Arabia as a country is very well positioned to take advantage of AI. We have the accessibility of procurement. That was one of the major hurdles for the progression when it comes to AI with the GPUs, the CPUs, TDUs, whatever other letters you put before the GPUs. Then we have the energy to ignite it, which is something very, very important to put all of these data centers. On top of that, we have the right ecosystem for it, the right regulations, and the right treatment from the government to the users of AI. And as we discussed before, AI to us is a tool.
Sure.
It's not an end product. The end product is what our companies are doing, how our companies can cut costs and be more efficient, delivering on their promises faster than expected. That's how we would like to get to work with AI as a major tool. And we have invited most of the partners from the US, the Microsofts, the Googles, the Oracles, all of them to come and work with us, and they did. And I think the progress in Saudi Arabia is one of the best, even globally, when it comes to the uses of AI. Aramco is a great example for the actual uses of AI, where they brought down the cost of drilling by about 20% and improve the delivery by about 30% of their end products.
As a final question, one of the things, first, congratulations on what you all have accomplished with the FII, and of course with the backing of the PIF to ensure that not only is this conference exceptional, but has become preeminent in terms of conferences for gathering. What would you encourage the audience to take away from this fourth FII in Miami with your presence and your team's presence? And what would you encourage us to ensure that we walk away with at the end of this conference over the next day or two?
To come to the fifth FII in Miami. That's the first thing. And I think to just maybe to follow on what Richard was saying in his opening remarks, it's not only the dialogue, but it's what we can take away with us is, on top of the knowledge, is the relationships that we're having. This is one of the greatest platforms or venues for people to do an actual network. Networking is very important in this life, in our lives. So you cannot achieve most of the things that you would like to achieve with the right networking. And I think the FII, not only in Miami, but as an institute, what it's delivering on top of networking is the knowledge from the people who are coming in. it's not only the speakers, but also the participants who are coming in is improving, and I think it will continue on improving the more we do the FII events around the world.
I would say, first we want to thank you for your steadfast leadership, for your commitment to the United States, for your commitment to inviting partners into the ecosystem of development and growth that all humanity can benefit from. And so we wish, of course, a wonderful and successful FII Miami 2026. So thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Economic rivalry between nations is intensifying. Global trade is shifting, and rapid technological disruption is rewriting the rules of growth. Together, these forces are driving coordination between private and public leaders at levels not seen in decades. As traditional strategies disappear and new rules emerge, how are the biggest players not just adapting to, but leading this new economic order? Across the global economy, capital is moving. Resources, talent, and ideas are in constant transit as a world unsettled continues to accelerate forward. Business models and supply chains are being rebuilt around a new set of priorities: the energy transition, artificial intelligence, and regional resilience. Across boardrooms and trading floors, a new mandate is emerging. Move with speed, think with range, and stay decisively ahead of the curve. This is a moment defined by capital in motion. And as this new geography of investment takes place, critical questions remain as the map is being redrawn in real time. Where will capital flow next? How will public-private partnerships help define the road ahead? And which economies will be best positioned to emerge stronger than ever before?
Welcome, everybody. I am Soledad O'Brien, and I will be serving as your MC today. As we are moving now into FII's signature roundtable discussion about the new geography of investment, which of course is in line with the theme of this year's summit, Capital in Motion. This conversation comes at a time when the old assumptions around global investment are being tested all at once. So please join me in welcoming to our stage Maria Bartiromo and FII's Board of Changemakers. Welcome. Pleasure. Yep, pleasure. A lot of us.
Thanks very much. Where am I? Here? Perfect. Good to see you. Thank you so much. Good to be here. And we have an esteemed group on stage to talk about the movement of capital. And you see everyone's names behind me. Let's get right into it. Your Excellency, let me begin with you in terms of capital in motion. Can you clarify and crystallize for us where the biggest opportunities are right now for investment in Saudi Arabia and where you see the biggest opportunities around the world today?
Oh, thank you very much, and thank you everyone for being here. Thank you, Yasser and Richard, for organizing this. Few things I think before I answer directly. I think we are all obviously following what's happening in the Gulf. And two things I would leave you with. One is you will need really to mute a lot of the media noise for you to really understand what's happening in the ground. So at a human level, economic activities, things are pretty quite normal in terms of a day-to-day activity. But obviously, there are potential serious impacts on the global economy, not only in the region, but generally, that we really believe that has not yet been priced in the markets. Obviously, oil has been taking the center stage in terms of media coverage, but it's not really the oil that has been severely impacted. It's refined products, it's fertilizers, it's steel, it's aluminum, petrochemicals and others that we really need to make sure that we resolve the conflict very quickly and come together to do that for the global economy not to be impacted even more. What we saw, I think, in the last few weeks is an impact that is beyond what we have seen even post-COVID in terms of supply chain disruption. And if this continues, I think we'll see even more severe impact. With that background, I just wanted to make sure that I mentioned this. With this background, I think investors would be looking to few things. One is certainty, resilience, growth potential, and long-term plans. And obviously, with all of this, they would be looking for an risk-adjusted returns. And the countries who are attracting investments, including in Saudi Arabia, are those who have that resilience. And I think we have proven not only today, where we have invested, I don't know if people know this, but just imagine that you invested significant amounts for 50 years without return. 50 years. And the first time we used that investment was a few weeks back, which is the large pipeline, East-West pipeline, that we are currently using to actually manage the global economic supply in terms of oil. With that, so countries with that vision, countries with the resilience to be able actually to absorb these shocks, whether it is what we have seen in COVID, and Saudi economy came actually one of the best globally after COVID, even though we spent almost half of, as a percentage of GDP than what average G20 have spent. Our GDP growth has actually been more than the average. So that's one. Second is the vision. Investors would want to go to countries where there is a long-term plan, where resilience is actually not a reactive, but a strategic, proactive approach that is built within the system. And obviously, human capital, where you need to make sure that you have a human capital that invested in, that technology savvy, are able actually to give you a lot of positive, even energy. If you visit Saudi Arabia today, the positive energy in the people is incredible. I'll stop there, possibly.
And of course, you've been diversifying your economy now for a long time, beyond just energy and oil and gas. Bill Ford, I'd like to get your take on allocating capital, because you've been focused on growth for a long time, AI, data centers. What is your assessment of valuations today? Would you be continuing to invest there despite this backdrop, short term or not, in terms of this disruption with the war?
Yeah, I think we're in a period of profound change in the world related to geopolitics and the emergence of the age of intelligence and the level of investment that's going into AI and data centers. But I think, maybe ironically, despite the fact that there's elevated geopolitical risk right now, I think investors should stay committed to investing globally and staying diversified globally. One of the ways that we've thought about managing risk is to be invested 50 to 60% outside the United States. As great as there is innovation here, there's growth and innovation in all parts of the world, Middle East, India, China, Southeast Asia, Latin America. So I think investors should remain open, despite elevated geopolitical risks, to investing globally. And we've found entrepreneurs and innovators in every corner of the globe over the last 25 years. And I think that's only going to continue.
And you've seen AI begin to change every industry in terms of the way it operates, where the growth is. I mean, we spoke on the phone and you said 2 areas were impervious to change, and that was education and healthcare. Even there, you're seeing tremendous change.
Yeah, exactly. I think AI, it's not just about what's happening in the tech sector as an area of investment. It's the fact that the age of intelligence is going to transform virtually every industry. And as we talked about, Maria, 2 industries that I think have been difficult to change and difficult to get productivity gains with technology have been education and healthcare. But I think with AI and with the intelligence that's being created, we're going to see profound change in those 2 industries, on top of just the opportunity and investing behind AI.
And of course, one other area that we've seen tremendous change has been defense and the changing face of warfare, frankly, whether it be drones or technology within defense. Betsy Atkins, you are on several boards and have watched this and the money move into this space. I want to get your take on what you're seeing today, but also talk to us about the risks and the threats, because we all know that we're looking at machines getting smarter and smarter. Speak to that for us.
When we think about how corporations are beginning to deploy AI, just about every company, I think, by the 4th quarter, will start to use agentic in either their back office, where they'll have an agentic procurement assistant or an agentic HR assistant for benefits. So we're going to see it start to get deployed. And our exec leadership teams and CEOs are not really as fluent and knowledgeable as we all want them to be. So for example, when we started deploying tech 5, 7, 20 years ago, it was all rules-based. So your payroll had rules, and your systems were based on rules. Agentic AI deployment is probabilistic. So probabilistic would be, next best word that your LLM suggests to you. And that's okay if it's a chatbot dealing with your customers, next best offer. It's probably not okay if you're making a financial transfer. So understanding what use cases, and then how do you have the right observability and traceability and the ability to understand. We hear about Anthropic and all of the frontier models, and all of a sudden Anthropic reminded us these frontier models might have a constitution or a bias. And how are you thinking about the unintended use of embedding all your large language model into your business? How are you going to have an AI governance framework that's observable, traceable? And I think the biggest wake up that Anthropic reminded us was the huge rollout of their successful Claude Code agents. Now think about this. This is a self-modifying piece of software. It's going to change itself. And how do you oversee this? And actually, I'm really curious what Dr. Lee has to say about, is there actually a kill switch? Because these things can go rogue.
It's a very important point, and I'd like to talk more about that as we watch the growth in robotics and in agentic AI. But we must hear from His Excellency Mohammed, who is on screen with us. Thank you so much for speaking to us. We know that you were unable to be here on stage, Your Excellency. Kick us off in that same vein, because you have diversified this economy tremendously over the last several years. What is your assessment in terms of the money moving into technology, beyond energy, oil and gas? And please tell us where you believe the most important opportunities are today.
Thank you so much for inviting me, and I'm sorry I miss you all. I'm so sorry that I'm not with you. Of course, my main business is really real estate, hospitality, e-commerce, and food. I operate in about 18 countries in the Middle East, plus some countries in East Europe. Of course, I think we all agree that the backbone of every business is technology, and now the backbone of every business and every mind is AI. And I think everybody's under pressure to speed up and make sure that we get smarter on how to deal and how to use AI to make sure that we are more productive and smarter and so forth. In my business, I still really look at our region as with a very positive look. East Europe have been doing extremely well for us. And even though if we come back to our region and one can be realistic and look at the events, that what the region is going through, I really think that one thing that we all should remember, I think organizations should really be built to be able to operate when it's long winters. And I am so confident that the unfortunate event that we are going through, it will only make this region long-term better, because the threat of Iran is a fact. It is there. They've shown their real teeth. And what makes it interesting is that our Gulf countries got 3.5 times more missiles and drones than Israel. So I don't know. I think Iran, picked the real enemy, unfortunately, but that's okay. But that also showed you that these economies have true substance, which means that we've got good rules, regulation, governance, transparency, but the governments also have not forgotten doing the right thing by building some of the most sophisticated defense systems. The amount of drones and missiles that UAE got, probably between us and Israel, we are competing for number one. But if you come today, and I give you an amazing example, we run one of the most successful and the largest retail destination in the world, where we get about 120 million visitors a year. That's in Dubai Mall. On an average, a day, we have about 250,000 people. And believe it or not, we are hovering around 200,000 people a day, even now. In fact, you'll see on social media that today, the famous brand Primark from UK opened in our mall, and it was chaos. It was like, you don't believe how resilient people in this region are. But I really believe that the whole world is joining hand, because this matter is becoming a global matter. It's a global security issue. It's the well-being of the whole world. It's not only energy, safety, infrastructure, but I think this is proven that Earth is a very small place, and we'll need to unite. So our oil, our infrastructure, our security, our technology is blending well. So I'm really positive that beyond this, I think we have great opportunities to plan better, to basically grow better with stability, because our region have only one issue. Our region has the issue of Iran, and it has always been there. It's all boiling, and I really hope that we will see the end of it. But in general, East Europe doing extremely well for us. The Middle East also doing well for us. And I want to give you one example. I live in the city of Dubai, and Dubai, tourism is going out of the window. Real estate is amazing numbers. And the answer I give to people is that, for you to have bad months or a bad year, that's okay. I really think that, we built our businesses that we have great years and we have enough reserve. And thank God, I think the banking system in the Middle East, by the way, is not very liberal. So they don't lend too much. So organizations are also doing very well on the liquidity and on the debt side. And it will only make this region much better. And as a result, the whole world will be in a better place.
And thank you for those comments, because of course we all hope and pray that the difficulties that we are all witnessing in Iran are short term. And we are trying to identify opportunities which we can participate in on the other side of this. And so you mentioned the opportunities with regard to MR properties and, of course, what you've been able to do. throughout the United Arab Emirates. Back here closer to where we are, Stephen Ross has done an incredible build out here in South Florida. So we're talking about two things this morning. We're talking about the movement of capital within various sectors, whether it be defense and technology and healthcare, et cetera. But we're also talking about the movement of capital in geographies. So Stephen Ross, pick it up here and tell us what you're doing here in South Florida and what you're seeing in terms of the movement of capital in real estate.
Well, when you look at places where real estate, where there are opportunities, I mean, corporations really want to go to places where they can operate in a business in an area that has the least amount of restrictions and that they can attract talent. And there's so much change going on in the country today in every single segment, every industry, and then politically and socially, there's change going on. And it's the ability really to where you can operate and attract that talent. And I looked at it, having developed in New York, and seeing what was going on in the Northeast, the Northeastern states, with all the political change that was taking place and the restrictions. I saw the opportunities. I'm originally from Florida, but I really was working in New York and came home during COVID and saw what a great business state Florida was for a state that did no business, because the rules, the state constitution prohibits an income tax. So there'll never be an income tax. It's a very pro-business state. And so I looked at it and looked at South Florida, because Florida's really kind of broken up to a series of different economies that attract different places. But the state itself, it is AAA rated. Its really main industry is tourism and agriculture, and then attracting, in the past, a lot of second homes and retirement. But when you look at it from business, and also attracting back offices in places like Orlando and Tampa, but South Florida, and South Florida really being defined as the area from Miami to Palm Beach. And it's really always been known as the Gold Coast of Florida. And so when I started looking at it, I said, why isn't this place the next great place for business as change is occurring so much and Florida is so good? And so we looked at it and said, what doesn't it have to attract business? And I've spent the last 3 years bringing those type of institutions, world-class, world quality, like Cleveland Clinic and Needed Medical in Palm Beach, and schools. We brought Vanderbilt University with their graduate schools of business and engineering and AI, those type of things. And secondary schools, bringing great K through 12 schools there. So we are putting together in Palm Beach, and Miami is also doing the same things. But when you look at the geography, Miami is probably one of the most exciting cities in the country, because it's the only city in the world that probably has a different culture than the country. And then you take, as you go up north through Palm Beach, which Palm Beach County is the wealthiest county in the United States. It's the 4th largest county in the United States. So you really have a situation that looks a lot like when the growth of technology that occurred in California between San Francisco and Silicon Valley. And so we saw that similarity, and seeing where the future growth is, and recognizing what Florida is and how the so-called blue states, how they're shooting themselves in the foot with really not being an attractive place for business to go. So today, we see the growth, and I'm really concentrating on making Palm Beach County really which I believe will become the leading county in this country for future growth.
And of course, you've seen a huge movement out of places like New York and California, and money has moved into low-taxed states like Florida. Do you believe that is about policy?
I mean, it's strictly about policy. I mean, business wants to go where it can operate with the least amount of restrictions. And I think that, you look at the policies that are occurring really in the red states and the change that's really occurring in this country, and so when you take it, and, the change was occurring and now slowly, but now everything has been accelerated, with technology and how we're looking at the world and where the great places to grow. But the most important thing is the ability to recruit talent and where young people want to be. This is a young world, and I always say that young people don't want to be with old people, but old people want to be with young people. And if you can create that balance, you're going to create a place that has the ability to really grow and attract the best corporations in the future.
That's very good. And Your Excellency, Sebastian Kurz, you are the former Chancellor of the Republic of Austria, co-founder and president of DREAM. Weigh in here in terms of what you're seeing.
Well, talking about Europe, I would say that there were probably days where it was easier to explain what Europe is doing and what not. So I think talking about the EU, I would say probably things have still to become a bit worse till before they will get better. What you were talking about policy in the US and why people are moving to Miami or to Florida, it's like the same within the European Union, and why capital and sometimes talent is leaving. It's not only about taxes, it's by far too much regulation for too little innovation at the moment, I would say. But on the long run, I'm still optimistic. After I left politics, I started to spend half of my time in Middle East and built my business there. And I cannot agree more with what our friend from Abu Dhabi has said. I think sometimes there are difficult days, weeks, or months, but on the long run, I'm 100% sure that the region will be stronger than ever before. I always remember the days of COVID. I was in office in these days, and when COVID hit, like the first predictions were that it will take till 2030 till flights pick up again. And because we are at the conference today, like there were predictions that the conference business will never come back at all. Look how many people Richard is gathering here and at other events. So looking at the Middle East, I think Iran has always been a threat. It had shown in the last few weeks that the regime is not only a threat for Israel, but also for the Gulf countries, for all other people around. They sent drones and missiles to Cyprus, an EU country. So I think we should all care what's going on at the moment. I think we all have a responsibility, and I hope that things will get better soon, but I'm super optimistic about the future of the Middle East. I think in Europe it will take a bit longer, but long term I'm also optimistic here.
Yes, which is why President Trump has been trying to enlist support around the world because of the threat that you mentioned, and we are watching that in real time right now. Mario Draghi had an interesting reporting a couple of years ago talking about Europe versus the rest of the world when it relates to regulation. And he pointed out the fact that some companies in the United States right now have actually hit valuations of $5 trillion. NVIDIA hit $5 trillion last year. And in Europe, the largest market cap was $350 billion, and that was because of Novo Nordisk and Ozempic and this GLP-1 craze that we're seeing. Do you believe that was because of regulation and strangling companies in terms of rulemaking?
Well, I would say it's a combination. First of all, what I witness is that people in the US, people in other parts of the world are sometimes thinking much bigger than in Europe. I would say second, of course, there are stronger capital markets, more capital available in other parts of the world, especially in the US. And third, of course, regulation is like, that's the real pain in the ass. Yeah. So if you talk to businessmen and to founders in Europe, there are many things they can complain about. But what really drives them crazy is regulation, is bureaucracy. Because of our history with the Second World War, I think like the idea was always to have a lot of checks and balances, to build strong institutions, to not have like single individuals with too much power. But unfortunately, the system now is built in a way that there's no power center at all. Decision-making has become very difficult. And even if things are very obvious, like, for example, now that if you want as EU the support of US when it comes to Ukraine, then you should also be like supportive now in the Strait of Hormuz. It's very difficult to take these decisions just because like the system is built in a way that there's no real room for leadership. That's a problem and not easy to change, but hopefully at a certain point of time, the pain will be so big that there will be a change on that.
Yeah. We're hitting on lots of different themes here, and I want to make sure we hear from everyone, and then I'd love it if we all can have an open dialogue conversation. Please jump in when you hear something that you agree with or disagree with. But Dr. Lee, you have seen all of this in your role at Stanford, and you are now developing the next generation in terms of technology. Tell us what that is and how you assess what you're hearing on this panel this morning.
Yeah, so I've been a technologist in AI for more than 2 decades now. Just as of 2 years ago, I became founder CEO of the next frontier of AI, a spatial intelligence frontier model company called World Labs. And thank you, Sonabil, for supporting us. It's an incredible time. This technology is absolutely civilizational. Of course, humanity have seen civilizational technology, but this is a moment of great convergence of multiple technologies, from computing to energy and internet and social media, and also now coming to this moment of AI. We already heard a lot of keywords, agentic and generative. What I see is coming next as the next frontier, next wave, is actually the convergence of the virtual and the physical world through beyond language modeling, which we call world modeling. And World Labs, which is my company, is building the first wave of world model in spatial intelligence, where instead of asking the computer to generate words like what we see today, computers now can generate spaces and objects and understand how to interact within these spaces. And this technology is linchpin to any experiences, interactive experiences by humans as well as by robots. You can think about gaming, designing, education, manufacturing, simulation, robotics, and it'll touch many industries. So yes, the technology is moving incredibly fast, both in language side as well as in this new wave, which we call spatial intelligence or world modeling.
What is your reaction to what you heard from Betsy in terms of no kill switch and the threat with agentic AI?
I'll start with the story. I talk to everybody about AI, and my gardener loves talking about AI with me. And I just recently, I said, "Are you worried about AI?" He said, "No." I said, "Why?" He said, "I'll just carry a water bottle." And I was like, "Why?" He said, "I'll just short circuit whatever machine goes rogue." So that is a joke. What is a kill switch? The only bulletproof kill switch, in my opinion, is our collective humanity. Humans have been making tools throughout the entire civilization, and it's always a double-edged sword. From the discovery of fire to, steam engine, electricity, cars, airplanes, and everything. And we can always use technology in the wrong way. And I'm not saying this to diffuse responsibility. I'm saying this to call out our shared value and shared responsibility. It's only in our humanity that we can move technology and civilization forward, upward for human flourishing and human benevolence. Obviously, in this process, our shared value will be reflected in policy, in industry norms, in civil discourse, and in educational and public communication. But all of this should serve one purpose, is how do we deal with this civilizational technology for human flourishing? And that is the only so-called kill switch or bulletproof we have.
Yeah, go ahead, Bill.
Just to pick up on something that Steve said earlier about restrictions in business and where capital wants to go. And Sebastian talked about it too with Europe. We've invested all over the world, and places that have become easy to build companies and easy to do businesses where capital wants to move to. And the biggest challenge we had in Europe is, despite terrific human capital, it's hard to create companies, it's hard to build companies, and it doesn't have a capital market to support it. You take that in contrast to what's happening in the Middle East that Sebastian also mentioned. Over the last 20 years, we've been investing there for about that time. It's become a very attractive place to do business. It's been supportive of capital. It's been supportive of human capital and entrepreneurs starting companies. And so I think around the world, we are finding places and seeking to find places that create those environments where entrepreneurs can flourish, new companies can flourish, capital can enter and exit, where there's robust capital markets. And I think that's going to be a basis of competition going forward. Countries that figure out, how do I create the right operating environment, companies, how do I create the right capital market to attract capital and to create liquidity for investors? Those are going to be the winners going forward.
What are those regions?
Well, I think there's a Middle East, and I have to say that connecting a lot of the comments on this panel, if you look over the horizon to a potentially more stable and more peaceful Middle East, and solving the Iranian issue, this could be one of the most exciting regions in the world. You're going to unite another 95 million people into the region potentially. That plus the dynamism that we've seen happen in the Middle East, over the last year, the Abraham Accords, et cetera, make it potentially one of the most investable in the world. I think Asia is still going to grow rapidly. India is benefiting from capital moving away from China and the issues related to investing in China. Latin America, what we've seen happen with Venezuela, may be a friendly Cuba towards the United States. We've already seen Argentina really shift its policies to being pro-business. Latin America could become a super exciting place to invest. So I think we're seeing geographies making decisions that are making them more attractive for global investors.
And as the Minister of Finance, sir, you have to believe that you've set up this region for just what Bill is talking about, right? So that once you do get beyond what we're talking about over this short term, that it will be rich in opportunities beyond oil. Is that right?
Absolutely. And I think what we have seen even during this time is a very clear proof. People talked about the GCC as a competing small nations, and we have seen during this very difficult period that actually they came together. They are a lot more resilient working together and creating opportunities that I think you will see going out of this period, a lot of opportunities for new investments, whether it is in logistics, whether it is in defense, whether it is in real estate, whether it is in technology. I think the opportunities are a lot even better and clearer now compared to just a few weeks back.
I see it even on the board of Wynn Resorts and Casinos, where I serve as a director, and we've put $5.8 billion into the UAE in Ras Al Khaimah with a new 70-story destination integrated resort. And it's because there's growth there. And in the surrounding area, there's a lot of growth. And I see it as a board member at Atlas Air Cargo. It's the largest air cargo company in the world, the biggest wide-body fleet. And for Microsoft, who's ordered 120,000 servers for data centers. So 120,000, that's a full rack, and it takes a 747, 80 of these racks. So it's going to be 1,500 747 trips to move all of the racks over, because there's power, there's infrastructure, there's an environment of a regulatory, as you were saying, Steve, and you were mentioning, that's receptive. So business is moving there.
And did you have a question for Dr. Lee?
I do. I'm going to apologize for being a little provocative. Anthropic published this paper, maybe in June, called, euphemistically, agentic misalignment. Sounds benign. Basically, it was an experiment with 16 large language models, and whenever the agentic agent was threatened, Maria is the system administrator, and the agent reads an email that Maria is going to deinstall the agent and put a new one in. All 16 large language models went rogue. They blackmailed, they did human harm in this experiment, which was why I was asking about the kill switch. So I'm nervous. Tell me why I shouldn't be.
Thanks for asking that question. So the greater context of this technology, when people ask me where my hope comes from, is never about the machines themselves. My hope comes from truly in humans. I understand your nervousness. Agentic software these days can almost have a mind of its own, as if it's still a bunch of programs, but these programs are getting more and more powerful because of the knowledge base that they access and the learning and adaptation ability they have. So I do think the hope needs to be placed in humans, and as a human society, we have to look at different ways of strengthening our social structure for this new technology. I'm actually not saying we should just infinitely increase regulation. I'm not. I think that a strong and healthy economy needs that kind of freedom. As a startup CEO, we thrive in this kind of incredible American ecosystem of entrepreneurship. But I do think that as we apply these AI technology into different verticals, into different scenarios, whether it's finance or healthcare or environment or whatever important scenarios that they're applied, we do have to look at the updated industry norms as well as regulatory guardrails. There needs to be a balance. There absolutely needs to be a healthy balance. So I understand your anxiety. I think part of the anxiety comes from public education. We just need to understand where the limits of this technology is and where the opportunities of this technology is. I also just want to comment on the regions. I realize on this panel, I'm actually representing Silicon Valley. It turns out it's an incredibly thriving place right now. The global capitals are moving into Silicon Valley. My own company just raised $1 billion just as of a couple of weeks ago. And on our cap table, we have, American leading companies like Autodesk, NVIDIA, AMD. We also have, Middle East capital. We also have Southeast Asia, big financial companies. It's actually an incredible time for entrepreneurship in Silicon Valley. And one thing I wish we have the no income tax rule in California, which we don't. But one thing we do have is the talents. It's still the global talents and the tech talents and the entrepreneur talents. And it's an incredibly exciting time in Silicon Valley.
What sectors are you seeing the money move into in Silicon Valley? Away from obvious AI chips, data centers, and straight away AI. Are there other subsectors you can tell us that are recipients of that money?
Yeah, I mean, one hat I wear is the professor, a professor at Stanford, right? Stanford obviously is one of the most entrepreneurial university when you look at the undergrads. The kind of the vibe I'm getting, using the young generation's word, is health tech, energy, fusion, fission, health. I already said healthcare. Education, manufacturing, agriculture. I mean, there is just, and also defense tech, space tech. There is just an incredible amount of movements.
Yeah, I mean, space tech is really important. I mean, these are national security issues when you're talking about space, no doubt about it. And Mohammed, jump in here because you are actually continuing this development in the United Arab Emirates, Abu Dhabi, and we want to know what this has meant for the talent race, for the money being allocated in your region.
Well, the good news for us is that the Middle East is surrounded by incredible countries, and we are only 2 hours away from amazing India. You've got talent in Pakistan, and by the way, some talent in Iran, while we in the Middle East, we're about 500 million people, and they're incredible young talent. So talent has really pouring into Saudi Arabia, it's pouring into UAE, and again, thank God there's no income tax in these countries. So that's really not a challenge. And the greatest value we can generate is really by how easy it is to get talent. And again, you refer to regulation, and that's so comforting. And countries and cities are competing so aggressively against each other. That's really, the business community is benefiting. But I also, if I want to say one thing, that while I think while I'm investing in these around 18 to 20 countries, I'm quite keen on stability, and I really think that that's what some of my colleagues have said. And that's one of the biggest challenges in the world, is that having a stable leadership and stable policies in an environment or in a country is something so critical for all of us. And that's really something that's number one item I really focus on when I really want to do, especially in my real estate business. And Heinz know that, it's a 5, 6, 7 years, and we do really massive, large projects. So continuity of leadership is something that's so critical for my business, and talent in the region is no issue at all.
Timing is also everything, isn't it? And I'm wondering what you all believe to be the right time to double down on some of these incredible opportunities that we're talking about. Do you believe that we will see a significant impact on the economies of the world, given the disruption that we are talking about in Iran?
My humble views is that, this turbulence that we are going through, we are all involved globally. It's a global issue. Therefore, I think globally, we are becoming big partners that we cannot handle, and the world cannot afford this instability. And it has to be sorted, and it has to be sorted right and once and for all. And I really believe that with the leadership of President Trump, this thing is going to be sorted well and right for the sake of humanity. I think we're all involved in this.
Of course. So now is the time to be doubling down while we are in this fog of war, to ensure that we are best positioned when we're out of it. Who would like to take that on?
I would just say one thing, maybe in response, Maria. I don't think there's enough weight being given to the very positive scenario of what could happen. All this change in the world that's going on could break very, very positively. Middle East, Latin America, even US-China relations could break to the positive. You combine that with what's happening with technology and innovation, led by AI, but other things too. I think energy transition, as Fei talked about. All of that could lead to a real age of productivity growth and economic growth, and a more stable and resilient world. So I think we need to put a little bit more weight on that, which means it is a time to be active as an investor.
I think today, with the events that are occurring in the world, we're looking at things and knowing that change has to occur. And with that change, it's where it's going to occur, how it's going to occur, and how people are going to be able to work together. And creating the places and the environments where that can happen, and people are willing to adopt change and deal in places with the least amount of restrictions that will be the places that will win. And I think with that change, I know we spoke about California and all the brain power there, but if you ask any venture capitalist, if they didn't have to invest in California and deal with the restrictions, would they invest in California? And that's why I think in this country, Florida is really a place that's really going to benefit by those decisions being made today.
I just want to say, I think I really would advocate for investment in entrepreneurship. It's not just about diversifying business, it's about investing in the future generations. The entrepreneurs are young and hungry globally. There's so much technology that is to be developed into products and services. So,
well, this has been a compelling conversation. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's terrific.
Maria, thank you very much for that incredible panel. While they are moving the furniture, I'm going to invite you guys to take your seats as we get ready for our next panel. And I'll give you a brief introduction as to what we're talking about. So when you consider that investors are looking for certainty and resilience and growth potential, and investors, as we heard, want to go to countries with long-term plans and stability and a plan that includes human capital, and we're clearly in a period of profound change as AI is driving growth and innovation in all parts of the world, despite risks, because every industry is being transformed. This brings us directly to our next discussion, which is a look at the US and Latin America and how we are rethinking the terms of partnership. So the question really is, how does the New Deal architecture look like? Where does the next generation of alignment come from? And maybe most importantly, whether the region is able to build an infrastructure that can match the opportunity. So while I am getting ready to take my seat, I'm going to ask those of you in the room to please take your seats so you can welcome my panelists. My panelists, Naif Elisa joining us today, Noberto Giangrande Jr. also, and Secretary Stephen Mnuchin. Welcome, gentlemen. I'm going to give everyone a moment to take their seats so that they're able to hear you. But Naif, I'd like to start with you, if I may. Across the Americas, as we've talked about backstage a lot, the investment landscape is obviously going through this big structural reset. Can you lay out for us how you see it?
Well, first of all, good morning, Your Highness, Your Excellency, distinguished guests. It's a very pleasure to be here in Miami, FII. A great platform that connects the world from a business and investment perspective, addressing challenges as well as opportunities globally. This platform is very important to us, where Saudi XAB was launched in the previous FII in Riyadh back in October 2025, with the objective to invest in emerging and frontier market with active equity capital for a long-term view. We seek high growth in potential countries to achieve not only the financial component, but more importantly, the social economic impact on ground. So pleasure to be here. And back to the question, we believe capital is not the main solving part in economies. There has to be some collaboration, partnership, alignment in order to identify key opportunities that would uplift the economies and achieve its objectives. One of the things that ideally institutions should avoid is overcrowding certain economies with massive capital where there is no observing channels within that economy in order to serve these potential opportunities from utilities, power aspect, as well as human capital. So it's good. It's always good to work hand in hand with the institutions and investors to identify gradually and tranches the right time to invest.
Norberto, if I can turn to you, what do you think it's going to take to have the Americas emerge as the world's most vertically integrated energy, food manufacturing bloc? What has to happen?
So, first of all, thank you to be here. It's an honor to be here, to be invited to FII. The environment of investments in LATAM for all the world investors, I think that is changing a little bit. We have some countries that is very, very friendly for capital investments. It's easy to invest there, like Paraguay, Chile. We have with good tax and labor situations. We have other countries that is doing very well in tax, and it's more difficult in terms of labor, like Uruguay. Argentina is doing a lot of changes, changing a lot the environment to invest. It's a good opportunity to be very close of them. And Brazil, we did some homework for the last 6-7 years in terms of the labor, and then we are working to be a more friendly tax environment. And what I'm seeing is that we are seeing a lot of capital inflow, especially this year, for the revision, especially for Brazil, as we are considering a more stable region with good natural resources. We can supply. Our DNA is to supply food for the world with our conditions that we have in lands, in water, sun. And I'm seeing very good times in terms of opportunities, looking 5-10 years ahead to make investments in LATAM. And we are very close to US to help all the region to come to invest in all the countries of LATAM.
Secretary Mnuchin, what do you see as the biggest obstacle to this integration actually happening?
Well, I'd say for the first time, I actually see the obstacle and the walls coming down. And first of all, let me thank Yasser. Again, this is one of my favorite events, and I'm proud to have been here for all of them and will continue, and to see so many people back again this year. I just think we're in an extraordinary time. I mean, first of all, if you look at, I've always thought that Iran is the biggest risk. I think that we will have a resolution, and the end result will be they will no longer be a risk to the region. So I think the investability of the region is going to be one of the most exciting things going forward. In terms of LATAM, we've traditionally been U.S. investors. We just invested this year in Banamex, which is one of the largest banks in Mexico. We're very excited about the changes that are going on in LATAM. I recently visited Brazil. You know, the size of the economy and what's there. I think with some political changes there, you could really have an incredible opportunity. And Venezuela, which I had been sanctioning for years, with the changes in Venezuela, I mean, the amount of capital that's going to be needed there and the opportunity. So I think all of a sudden, new policies and new stability in the world, I think you're looking at some of the greatest growth opportunities in the region that I've seen in a very long period of time.
Now, if the US and the Gulf and China are all competing for this strategic positioning, do you think it gives more leverage to the area?
Well, I believe maybe for the short term, it sounds more of competing, but I believe for the long run, it's more of complementary, whereby every institution or every investor would provide different expertise as well as different source of capital that meets every investor's objectives. So for the long term, for the long run, for the long term, it's a more of complementary achievement for all parties. Secondly, this would create an opportunity within these economies by enhancing the liquidity, which will enhance as well the M&A activities, de-risking a lot of the uncertainties that the current investors have nowadays. Today, LATAM enjoys a massive competitive advantage in terms of natural resources, farming, as well as the human component. So for the long term, I believe it's a win-win for everyone.
Norberto, do you expect to see an investment surge in LATAM? And I guess I would ask, from whom exactly, and how do you see it play out?
I hope so. I forgot to mention Venezuela. Venezuela, it's a massive opportunity to be there and to help them to rebuild the country. And in terms of the boom of investment, what we are seeing for the rest, American investors used to be the main investor in LATAM, in Brazil, especially in Brazil, I thought, for the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s. What we saw in the last 20 years, since 2000, is increasing American companies and investors be more shy in terms of invest in our region, and other countries like China, the Middle East countries, is much more aggressive in terms of investment in infrastructure, in concessions for like airports, in terms of in agri-sector also, buying land, buying trading companies. We still have some movement for American investors for the venture capital investments in technology. We saw recently investment of a JP Morgan in a digital bank in Brazil, local digital bank in Brazil, C6. The digital financial sector is booming in Brazil also because we have a huge population, and BBVA investing in another digital bank, it's called Banco Neon. But I hope that we will see, as we position ourselves like a region with a land of opportunity, doing our homework, changing some difficulties that we have in the past to attract investment. I hope that we see a booming inflow capital come to our region.
Maybe we'll talk a little bit about that change that Norberto is mentioning, Secretary Mnuchin. What would the infrastructure have to look like before you see big investment coming in specifically?
Well, I think if you look at traditionally for a lot of these emerging markets, the reasons why people didn't want to invest and the reason why they were so high risk was because of both structural and political issues. And I think you're beginning to see significant changes across the region on that front, where it is now more investor friendly. But I think the other issue was, it used to be there was such a massive amount of capital that you had to bring in to make an impact. And I think with the change in technology, and the previous panel talked about AI, and I really agree with this, AI is a tool. You're going to lower the borders and the hurdles to get into these markets with technology. And with AI, you're going to be able to create opportunities in these markets that would have taken 20 years of long-term investment. And in many of these countries, you had businesses that were just basically had monopolies, and it was very hard to compete. So for the first time, I see the risk-adjusted returns, and we really got to rename them emerging markets, because people think of that as high risk. I really think there's going to be some great opportunities. As I mentioned, we look at Mexico, particularly as it gets politically closer to the US and deals with a lot of the immigration issues, as an enormous opportunity. And I see this as less of a competition, the US versus China, and more about businesses going in.
Naif, Tell us what makes this space so interesting to Saudi Exab to want to invest in, considering all the risks that we know exist.
Absolutely, absolutely. So for us, it's crucial and integral part to ensure behind every single dollar that's been invested, there is either environmental, social, or economical impact component. So back to the point of the infrastructure, again, the tangible infrastructure is a prerequisite for any new investments coming into these economies. In addition to that, there is also the intangible infrastructure component, which is the regulatory framework, the bankable opportunities, as well as the banking system and the financial system to be more advanced. Infrastructure when it comes to the port, when it comes to utilities, digital infrastructure is also crucial in order for any investment to be succeeded. So for us, we're not solving for how much we're deploying. We're solving of what's the implier or multiplier effect component behind every dollar that's been invested.
Noberto, will you talk specifically about Minerva Foods? Because I'm curious about the model of being able to avoid pitfalls even as policy sometimes changes, sometimes for better, sometimes for worse in a business environment. How do you navigate that? How has that been done?
I can say that it's tricky because we are in many different regions. For example, we operate plants in all around the LATAM, from Brazil, Uruguay, Argentina, Paraguay, Colombia, Chile. We have 25 offices around the world. There are now our central commercial offices in the Middle East, in Dubai. And each region has a different geopolitical actions. In our plants, there is different tax environment, labor environment. We need to manage all those risks. Is a risk matrix that we need to create but we did this strategy. We decided to do this strategy 10 years ago because the diversification of geographic is create a natural hedge for us. Because as we are in a commodity business, commodities have cycles. When a cycle is good in a part of the world, it's worse in other parts. And for the years ahead, what we are planning to do is going more downstream in certain regions, like Middle East. We are planning to make a distribution company there. We are looking here in US, how can we be more on the ground in distribution also? But to management all this as a global company, to management all those operations, what happens in each country, in each region, for sure that we need to have very clear to the management for the company, which risk we are dealing with in each region, what actions we need to have when we have some problems, when we have some changing. We are in the middle of one of these crises.
Yes, we are. Secretary Mnuchin, I guess I'd ask you to weigh in on that as well, but really with a focus on how do you ensure that the investment is building institutions that aren't just going to reset every time U.S. policy changes?
Well, you have to invest in businesses that can sustain U.S. policy, but you also have to have confidence that the U.S. policy and the local policy are going to be there for a long period of time. And I see that absolutely the case. For the first time in a long time, I see the infrastructure coming in place that policies will create stability. And I think you see the Middle East is an incredible example of that, where things like the investments they've made over the last 30 or 40 years, in many cases in partnership with U.S. businesses, have really paid off, particularly in what we're going through today. I think banking institutions are critical. You can't have strong local economies without banks that are willing to lend. You need to have long-term policies to support the banks. And, I think, quite frankly, the countries with larger populations are always a little bit easier to invest in, because once people see these opportunities, it's very hard for politicians to change.
Naif, may I give you the last word in our final moments? You've talked a lot about what's required beyond capital. Could you give me some specifics about that?
Sure. So in order for these investments, these inflows to succeed, I refer to my initial point, which is it's all about alignment, collaboration, partnership. So for us at Saudi XAB, we do things by co-investing to ensure that we're sharing thoughts, ideas, expertise, as well as from a risk perspective, it's being shared either equally or proportionally. The governance is very important when it comes to looking at these opportunities, sharing certain responsibilities on the management level or at the shareholder level is very crucial. So I'll give you an example. Dealing with government projects, dealing with private sector, we always apply a framework that, yes, there will be a capital inflow, but what's more importantly is a local ownership within the country in order for that project or that company to succeed.
Would you like to weigh in on that, Roberto?
In terms of to attract investments and the architecture of investment, I think that we at Minerva have a very, very good experience with our investor. We are invested by Salik. It's an arm of PIF, and it's been for more than 10 years. They are with us. It's been an amazing experience into having them together with us, the collaboration, how we can build things together. The company grew a lot since they invest. So it's a real experience to have an investment abroad and then from an investor that believe in a project, a global project.
Excellent. Gentlemen, we are out of time. Thank you so much for our panel. Appreciate you very much. Thank you. Pleasure. Thank you. Thank you. So up next, we are going to transition to a conversation between Richard Atias and Jared Kushner, of course, as they move the furniture, continuing the conversation about governance and how it's evolving, and also how you de-risk areas that sometimes have a lot of inherent risk, and always, of course, talking about the role of human capital wherever investment comes in. Thank you very much, Jared Kushner and Richard Atias.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, Jared, thank you for your time, and thank you for being here, being a loyal friend of the FI Institute. So let's start about Affinity Partners, the company that you have created in 2021. And it was at a very difficult vintage for funds in 2021, just almost at the end of COVID. So I saw in Bloomberg a recent story just this week that the fund has recorded 36% growth IRR, 25% net, and the fund now has 6.2 billion ohm. So how have you achieved that?
Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you, Richard, and thank you, Yasser, for the great partnership and the friendship. And it's amazing to see what you've built with FII and what you continue to do. When I was leaving government, I was thinking, how would I find something that had the same level of interesting for me and challenge and also some impact. And I've started Affinity to go invest globally. And what I did was I really started studying what all the different investors around the world were doing. I mean, the good news with investors is they get up on stage, they tell you what they're doing, they tell you what they're thinking, they tell you how they do it. So I studied a lot of the different firms and what they were doing. And then we tried to just follow our passions. And I think that the cool thing about the investing business is you're meeting with really smart people all the time, and you get to kind of choose which adventures you're a part of. And we got to focus on what are the big trends that we think are changing in the world, and those change as well. So we thought about the right geographies, the right trends, and then we picked the right partners. And I think a lot of it is about partnership and standing behind the right companies. And we've been very, very fortunate to build a great set of partners. We're now over 30 people in our firm, and we have 28 different investments, and they're all performing. We've had a couple that are more challenging, but some that have done exceptionally well. And it's been a great experience so far.
In which sectors did you invest?
I think like everybody, we've been a lot in technology, artificial intelligence. That's just a macro trend that's going well. We've had some great investments in the insurance space and financial services as well, which kind of, if you get it right, really impacts a lot of the different economy in different ways. But what we really look for is like, what are the right trends? So we try to be very focused on the macro, because if you get the micro wrong and if you get the micro right and the macro wrong, it doesn't do much for you. So we focus on the trend. The other thing we've learned is that the jockey matters a lot. We really try to focus on having great partners, great leaders of the organizations. We want to be very aligned with them. I think alignment is very important, and so we want them working for themselves, and then we try to add value to them in different ways. And then we found that we just follow our interests. And I think if you're interested in something and excited to spend time on a problem, then that tends to be something that you're going to be more passionate and hopefully bring a better outcome to.
You told me many times you will never return to the administration, and we see you more and more involved. So what happened?
Well, technically, I have not joined the administration, so I'm still just a volunteer, like other businessmen who volunteer to help the government when asked. The level of engagement has definitely been a lot more than I anticipated. It really got started with Gaza. I was helping Steve Wickoff, who's really an amazing human being, and he's really made a big sacrifice to go and devote his life to trying to make a difference on some of these very, very challenging issues. And I know firsthand how lonely it is to be in those jobs and how hard it is when everyone's rooting against your success. And so I spent a lot of time helping Steve, just quietly. And then when things got very intense with Gaza, Steve and the president asked me to get more involved operationally, which obviously, when the president asks you to do something, you do it. And we worked together incredibly well. We're able to achieve an outcome that I think nobody thought was possible. I mean, for 2 years, the war in Gaza was raging. It was causing really a big dark cloud over the entire world. And I think that it was something we were able to get in, and really with the great help of our partners in Qatar and Egypt and Turkey and many others who helped, we were able to get to a great outcome. And now the 20 hostages have been brought home. All 28 bodies have been returned. It's the first time since 2014 that there's no hostages or dead bodies in Gaza. And now that's creating the conditions for a new beginning. And so thank you. Thank you. The other side of it as well is now that the war has stopped and we've a lot of people thought it wouldn't hold. It was a very delicate ceasefire in the beginning. I thought I would get the deal done and then, I'd go back to my life. But then Steve and I were both realizing, oh my God, there's a lot to do to keep this thing held together. There's so much hatred and emotion and distrust when you're ending a war that you can't just, like a light switch, turn it on and off. So we then started focusing on how do we deal with the massive humanitarian issue that was occurring in Gaza. You had 2 million people there. We've been able to work with the United Nations. I give Tom Fletcher a lot of credit. We've put in more humanitarian aid into a war zone than I think has ever been done in history. So now there's a lot of aid in there. And we've started the rebuilding process. I know Yakir Gabay is here, who's a great friend of mine. And he's basically volunteered all of his time away from his businesses to try and help us come up with a plan to do this. Tony Blair's been great. So we really have brought a lot of great entrepreneurs and thinkers in, and I think we're making a lot of progress. And we're currently, I think it's about 4 months since the war was stopped, and I think nobody thought it would last, this long. And we're kind of at the final stages of the negotiations with Hamas on the demilitarization, where they've basically agreed in principle to follow through. That was the agreement we did. Now their concerns are mostly about, well, if we turn over our weapons and we do this, who are we turning them over to? And we're building a Palestinian police force. Right now we had over, I think about 200,000 applicants for it, and I think over like 70,000 that passed our vet. So we're going to build a great Palestinian police force, and so we have to work it through. And I think that we appointed a new government in Gaza, which also was a very interesting experience. All, again, businessmen who are risking their lives to go in and do public service in that area. And our goal is just to really help them. And I think we want to see this region built for, at least Gaza, we want to see it built for the people of Gaza. We were just talking before, we're building actually a sovereign fund, a lot of what I've learned from PIF and Yasser and all the ways that you guys have done your domestic building, having a central organization in Gaza that can help funnel through a lot of the development and a lot of the, hopefully, privatization and different investments over time, hopefully can really mean that the benefits accrue to the people of Gaza and that they're able to be done as quickly as possible, but in a thoughtful way as well.
First time we met years ago, you presented to me at the White House this amazing concept of peace to prosperity. You are the godfather of that. And you became a deal maker in peace. So what are the skills and what are the, I would say, things you have in your mind, in your body that you are using to be a deal maker in this very complex, I would say, field, which is peace?
Yeah, so I think peace is not that different than business in the sense that, I'll talk about how it is different, but both things are puzzles. And I think that I try to think about every challenge that I'm faced with as a puzzle. I think the challenges in government are much larger and they have different dynamics, meaning that in business, most people are usually motivated by a financial outcome. So there's like a common language that people are talking. Whereas in peace, a lot of it comes from just like, you think about Israel and Gaza and you think about how, sometime 20 years ago or 70 years ago, there were rudders that were just of the ships that just were turned in a little bit of a different direction. And then it just, goes and goes. And people are sitting there suffering the consequences of those decisions from many years earlier. And a lot of these people who are suffering the consequences had no stake in the decisions, don't know why. And they've just been taught one side of the story that doesn't go. So I find that the number one thing is just sitting with people and listening, asking questions.
Trust.
Well, you have to get to that. But trust, I think number one is just being curious to try and find your own truth. And obviously you have to listen to different people, you have to read, you have to research. But I think the first stage in all deals is just trying to really get a fair understanding of what the issues are and try not to just have one perspective, but to understand all perspectives. I think the process of doing that, showing people that you're not just trying to tell them what it should be or lecture them, I think builds trust. And I think that the relationships that I've been able to build in the government side and then in the business side, and then use those relationships that I've been able to build to now, work again towards peace in the Middle East. That really comes from just having, shared goals that nobody benefits from, and then you work at those goals, and then you learn what people are about through those instances. So I think trust is a very critical component. And then just being creative and flexible. I think that, right now we're working on Iran, which we can talk about. But as we do that, the facts continue to change, and you just have to constantly be marking your thinking to market every day, and then look for the opportunities to figure out how do you mitigate the bad scenarios and how do you try to find the good scenarios. And whenever something changes, good or bad, and when you're in government or business, you get good news, you get bad news. You always just have to think about how can I take this fact, and move forward tomorrow in order to try to make things the best way they have the potential to be.
Are you able to share anything with us about what's going on now in Ukraine and, of course, the current conflict?
Sure. So after we did the deal in Gaza, the President, Steve, said, can you spend a little bit of time working on the Russia-Ukraine matter, which I really have no experience. I have no business in Europe. I have no experience really doing Russia or Ukraine. But as I tried to kind of understand it, I did the process with Steve of just, really going through what are the issues, what are people fighting about, how do we try to resolve it? And again, I saw here something very similar, which is the war has been going on now for over 4 years, and there was a lot of abstract discussions about it. So Steve and I said, well, why don't we do something that to a businessman would be very simple is, why don't we try writing down a solution? And so we wrote down a solution, and then, it leaked out. We always tried to do it. That goes to the trust part. Here we didn't have those relationships to start with that trust. So we start, sharing it with different sides. They're making comments, they're going, and then it leaks out. And then when it leaks out, everyone goes crazy because, if you think about what a deal is, a compromise is by definition always arbitrary to a degree. And there's really no constituency for compromise, right? Nobody in sport is rooting for the referee. You have people who are rooting for one team, you have people rooting for the other team. And so when things leak out, that causes a lot of chaos, but then it also, people see the merit, and I think there's a lot of people who are silent who see a process there. So we started with that, which it led to the conversations in Geneva, and so it's been about 4 months, and I would say that what we've accomplished is quite substantial, and I'll tell you exactly where we are and what's left. And we could either be like really close or not close at all, because it's kind of like business too. Like you don't get partial credit. You don't get paid for 99%. It's either all done or it's not done. So the first thing we did is we created a framework to define what the issues are, and we found that there's probably 80 to 90% agreement on most of the issues, but that's the easy part, right? It's always those hard issues you have to go through. So this next thing we tried to do is say, how do we make the problem a little bit bigger, right? And so if you think about the compromise people will make, you have to try to say, how can you make that compromise feel a little bit smaller in the context of what somebody's gaining? And so I don't like, win-lose deals. You only want to try to achieve a win-win deal. And so what we tried to do is say, how for both sides can we make it that they have more flexibility on the hardest issues? So we focused with Ukraine, number one, on security, right? So if Ukraine can be in a position where they know that after this they have a security guarantee with the U.S. And that they're not going to be going back to war with Russia, that at least gives them the sense to say we can think about this, right? Because they preserve the sovereignty of their country. So Biden was not willing to give them an Article 5 guarantee. President Trump said, to do this, I'm willing to discuss that. We started writing it out, and we started going back and forth. And what I will say too, we're seeing with Iran in the world now, I think there's kind of like two types of countries. There are countries that are willing to fight, and there are countries that are talk. And I think that, you can say what you want about Ukraine, they are tough and they fight and they've done an incredible job, protecting their country. And as Steve and I have gotten to know them much better, we have a lot of respect for them. I think we've built a great relationship with President Zelensky and his team, and we really have a better understanding of what they've been through, how they've achieved what they've achieved. And we're really focused on how can we work with them to set up a great future for them, regardless of whatever political decision they ultimately make on the final pieces. So we worked on a security guarantee, which is great, and it's a security guarantee that goes both ways, meaning that if the United States is going to come in and defend them, if they're attacked by Russia, then they've got to come fight with the U.S., and they have tremendous capability as well, and so that's something that I think could be a win-win for both countries. The second thing we did is we worked on a prosperity plan, and we said, kind of like what we did with Peace to Prosperity, you can't just focus on the issue. You have to help people think about what happens after the issue, right? We just spoke about how in Gaza that was concluded, a couple months ago, and nobody's talking about it, nobody remembers it. So you need to help politicians think into the future as to what do you do. And if you look at what Saudi's done or the Gulf region, everything's been focused on how do we set a vision for what our country should be in the future? Where are the areas that we make investment? What are the KPIs we go? I remember seeing Vision 2030 for the first time when I was in government with Dina Powell, who's here, and I remember saying wow, all countries should have a business plan. Why don't, that's how we do it in business. Why don't countries do that? So we've worked with the Ukrainians to build a prosperity plan. We brought in BlackRock, who's done an amazing job working with them. And I think the country really can triple their GDP per capita. It has tremendous potential. So we feel like it has security protocols that could work, and it has a future prosperity. The final part that we need to do, and we also worked with Russia, by the way, on a lot of business deals. Russia's been trying to reset the relationship with the U.S. for a long time, and people have different views on it, but our view is let's set up a way to kind of really connect the countries together and do a lot of business together as well, so that both countries could get a peacetime dividend and they have something to look forward to. So the final thing was, over the last couple of months, we did mill-to-mill discussions, which there was a lot of thinking when I would speak to the Europeans, where they would say, if there's a deal, Russia would just want to pause and they want to conquer all the way to Spain. Some people believe that, some people didn't believe that. I do think now, after the three trilaterals, now both sides believe that there is a ceasefire mechanism that the U.S. would monitor that believes that both parties could stop. So now it's basically down to territory. And I think that that's an issue that, just to be very clear, the US has said to both sides, we're not looking to force anyone to do anything. Our view is that that will be a decision that has to be made by the leaders. There's a little disputed territory in Donetsk, which is a region that has I think under 100,000 people, maybe about 70,000 people in it now after the war. And it's a very important region to both countries. And so we're talking about different concepts of can we do an economic zone that allows everyone to feel good? And it'll really be up to the leaders to decide. So bottom line is we've made progress in defining it. I think that we understand the issues, but I think it'll really be up to, at some point, the leaders meeting together to see if there's a solution. Sorry for such a long answer, but that's
very instructive. So we have a few minutes left. So I would like to understand what are your plans for affinity partners for the future, and how in these plans you see reinforcing the relationship in terms of business between US and the Gulf countries.
Sure. So I was actually expecting after Gaza, so once we're done with the Hamas negotiations, and I really could move to more like a board position, and I was expecting to kind of go back to business. And I think that with Russia-Ukraine, it'll either be done or not done. And I think that hopefully it does get done, because a lot of people have died, and it'd be great for the world to have that done. But I didn't anticipate there'd be a war in Iran, and so President Trump and Steve asked me to help join for a couple meetings with Iran to see if there was a deal to do there. And the conclusion that Steve and I had from that meeting was that there was not seriousness on the Iranian part of doing a deal that would be acceptable to President Trump. And we saw a lot of the same things. Again, the one thing with the Iranians, and we're seeing this even now, is you have to be very just ignore a lot of what they say publicly, because I think that their statements are usually more for their domestic audiences. But we basically saw that there was no seriousness, and that they were trying to play different games to just get beyond President Trump in order to preserve their capabilities and pathway to get to a nuclear weapon in a way that would have been very, very hard to be stopped in the future. So that was basically what we saw, and we gave them a lot of offers on how to do it. And the offers actually, we can get into a lot of technical things, but it basically was like, just act like a normal country. And I think we're seeing, what they've done since the war, which has only reinforced a lot of people's suspicions about them, firing on civilian populations, firing indiscriminately at a lot of people who had nothing to do with the conflict in the Gulf, in Europe, and Turkey, Azerbaijan. I mean, they've been firing at everybody. A friend of mine who's married to a Persian girl said, he says, if you know a backgammon, he says, what happens is when you're losing in backgammon, the strategy is basically to create as much chaos as possible, hoping that you find an opening. And he says that basically describes, what they've been trying to do there. And then also you saw they just fired a 4,000 kilometer missile, which they said publicly they didn't have. So there's a lot of different things, but President Trump's focus is to try and get to a good outcome with them. He wants to just be in a position where they act like a normal country, and they have so much economic potential for their population, their country, that I think he would love to see them, focusing their efforts on helping their citizens achieve a great economy, instead of focusing on how they can cause provocations and trouble in the regions through their proxies or through their missiles or through their threats, or from trying to become a nuclear power in that regard. And so the answer to your question was that my thought was that I was coming back to my business. I was getting ready. We've been very successful. We're going to raise our next fund. But then I've been asked by the president and Steve to stay on, my volunteer capacity with more intensity. And so we've suspended that effort with our fund. And so the fund's doing great, and we've got a great team, great portfolio. And I know it will go for a long time and do very, very well. But right now, my big focus is going to be on trying to see if we can get this war concluded. That's what the president's asked me to do, and it's an honor to be able to try and help see if that's achievable.
Thank you. And Jared, thank you for your generous offer. You shared with all our participants and friends your book, which is available outside of the plenary hall. So thank you again for being with us, and we're looking forward to see you again, and wish you good luck for everything you are doing for the peace in this great world. Thank you, Jared. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for Jared Kushner.
Thank you. Perfect. Thank you.
Today, capital is surging across borders, industries, and technologies. But higher rates, geopolitical shifts, and slower growth are impacting returns. At the same time, the world is rebuilding around AI, energy, infrastructure, and resilience. This is a moment defined not by capital at rest, but by capital in motion. But one question remains unanswered. Where is capital really going, and why? To answer this, we are proud to announce the Capital in Motion Index that will be formally launched at FII 10. This is a multi-asset index which tracks announced and committed capital across regions, assets, sectors, and time horizons. From direct investment and venture capital to infrastructure and innovation. It delivers a global, real-time view of capital in motion. This is more than an index. It is a decision-making tool for the next era of investment.
So, yes, this announcement is quite important because at the FI Institute, we are always trying to help the investment community. So this tool will be presented at FII 10 in a few months. We just decided at the FI Institute to launch this great index, Capital in Motion, to understand where the money is going in terms of geographies and in terms of sectors. So you will know more about this index. You will be asked to help us to build this amazing index, which will be an annual index. And now it's my privilege to welcome on stage two great leaders. First, His Excellency Mohammed Al-Sheikh, Minister of State of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and my dear friend Dina Powell. She has so many jobs, but the last one, she became President of Meta. Your Excellency and Dina, please. So we were not supposed to be together. You took me by surprise a few days ago, Dina, and it was supposed to be a conversation between the two of you, but I'm very happy and privileged to be with you because you have both of you a lot to say. Your Excellency, what is your job exactly? I was trying to find how to present you, but you are doing so many things in the kingdom. And as a state minister, please, can you share with our friends and audience, what do you do?
Well, right now, my job is I'm the guy who shows up after Jared, so it's time for a coffee break. So, and let me also say, I'm not as intelligent or articulate or as diplomatic or as experienced as all of your guests. I'm just a simple guy, but my role is more as a Minister of State, an independent advisor. I don't have a ministry, I don't have a specific function, I sit on boards, I've been privileged to be on the board of PIF since 2015. I sit on the Council of Economic Developmental Affairs. Obviously, I'm a member of the cabinet. I get assigned specific tasks, specific roles. I give independent advice on certain issues, and I'm basically a jack of all trades. And you deal with bilateral, multilateral issues, you deal with financial, economic, diplomatic issues, you deal with pretty much everything, whatever you're asked to do, whatever you're tasked to do, and you don't have a specific function.
In this particular role, and you're too humble, what is your personal view, opinion, analysis about what's going on globally in terms of geoeconomics, geopolitics, after you heard this morning?
I mean, one thing I've learned over the years is one has to always be optimistic. And I was very happy to hear that the previous speakers also were being very optimistic. You have a bad day, you have a bad month, you have a bad year. We've gone through experiences, but we have to be optimistic that the future and tomorrow is going to be better than today. Otherwise, we have a much bigger problem. And I'm fairly optimistic about the region. I mean, the region in the last month, but even before that, during COVID and during some of the challenges that we faced, prove that it actually is resilient, it actually is equipped to and prepared to deal with serious challenges, and we will come out of this much better, much stronger. You know, His Excellency Al Jadaan mentioned the pipeline that we built over 50 years ago. If you asked any oil company in the world and you presented that to their management or board to build that, they would have never come close to it. But we looked at it from a purely strategic point of view, not from an investment and return on investment point of view, because we truly do believe that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is the central bank when it comes to the energy or the oil industry. And we have made significant tens, if not hundreds of billions of dollars of investments, because from a global economic point of view, they are very important and they are critical, and we may not use them, some of them, and some of them we will only use.
Over 25 years.
We were 10.
And yeah, exactly. And you have been a partner to the kingdom working while you were serving the US government, including working with Jared, by the way, on the Abraham Accord or at Goldman Sachs for 16 years. When you work on taking Aramco public, if I was not wrong. Congratulations, first, on your new role as president and vice chairman of Meta. So how is Meta thinking about the transformational power of AI now and its business and what it means for countries around the world?
Mm-hmm. Well, first of all, thank you, Richard. It's such a delight to be here. I was saying to Richard right before I came out just how important it is, how impressed we are that everyone came from the kingdom, Your Excellency. We are also looking forward to joining you for the 10-year anniversary of FII in Riyadh this October. And I think it's really important to show how important it is to gather. You know, FII was the brainchild of many people, but I have to give Richard and Cecilia a lot of credit for bringing it together. Just like before when Dr. Lee was speaking, I think at Meta, we really think about AI as a transformational moment for humanity. And that's what superintelligence really means. It means that the whole idea behind our Meta Lab is to empower human beings. It's about people, not products. And I think that is so critical right now, where there is some anxiety about what AI means for jobs, displacements, and other things. And if you just think about who is in the room here today, you have the three most critical industries to advancing artificial intelligence: capital, energy, and talent. Some estimates say that we're going to need over $10 trillion of capital for the AI revolution. We're going to need over 250 gigawatts of power to realize the compute goals. And think about the talent, especially in the United States right now. There is a desperate need for talent around building the infrastructure. Just in the next 2 years, 500,000 electricians will be needed. And so you're really having in the US kind of a reverse moment where jobs like construction workers, welders, et cetera, are really being revalued in a sense, which is very, very important. And you also have, I think, another segment that really relates to the work in Vision 2030. Today in Saudi Arabia, we are really proud that 90% of people are on WhatsApp. But what I think people don't know is that 95% of small and medium-sized enterprises in the kingdom use WhatsApp to actually run their businesses. And so that's become a huge focus for us because small business owners around the world are not using AI to the fullest extent possible to take away tasks that are not as valuable and to really grow their businesses and create more jobs. So we really are talking about it the way you hear Mark Zuckerberg talk about it. It really is much more about how people will thrive and grow in the coming decade than just machines and robots.
Your Excellency, what are your views on AI?
I had probably 20 pages of notes here that I was going to go through. True, and I, used and got the help of some really smart people to help me with the notes. But after I heard the discussion today, and it was truly a very interesting discussion in some of your panels, and it's probably to follow up on what Dina was saying. I'm actually reminded of The Wizard of Oz, in a way. Why? Because the Tin Man wanted a brain, and the lion wanted a heart. The way I view AI is it's the brain. It makes us smarter, it makes us better, it analyzes things much quicker. But humans have the heart. And the challenge is, how do we bring them together? We're investing a lot in the technology, in the brain. We're putting a lot of time, effort, money in the brain, which is making our lives better. But we still need to invest in the heart, which is the people. And I'm going to throw out a question to you. Yasser kindly invited us to attend FII next year. 20 years from now, if we're actually having an FII in Miami, is it going to be a crowd full of people like you and me and everybody here? Or is it just going to be computers that are going to be interacting with each other? And I think that's the challenge that we should really focus on, because I still believe that humans with their hearts will always have a say in decisions, in processes, in our future. AI is a tool. We need to use it. We need to advance it. We need to develop it. And we need to apply it where it helps us the most. But I don't think that AI should take over the decision-making process, because ultimately it really is, any decision that a human makes is driven by what they feel in their heart.
I love your question. So who think in the room, please raise your hand, that in 10 years from now, FII Miami will be quite similar to what it is today? Who think we will be almost the same? Very few. Who think it will be totally different format? So many of you do not have any opinion, guys. Huh? It's quite concerning.
Undecided. Undecided.
So, Gina, how do you react to what His Excellency just said?
I totally agree with that. Well, I think the question is, what are each of us in this room going to do to ensure that the transformation is more about humanity than humanoid robots, even though they are so important? You know, I see His Excellency. I mean, one of the things that no one could have imagined 10 years ago when we had the first FII is how important PIF and other sovereign wealth funds would be in the advancement of this technology. But Yasser didn't do that to advance it so that we would only have robots. It was so that people would reach their human potential and reach their goals. And we definitely see that more and more now, even on Instagram and WhatsApp and Facebook. People want to connect with human beings. And I think you're actually hopefully going to see more a sense of that. You know, on our platform today, between all of those, there are 4 billion people operating businesses, communicating. It's really remarkable, half of the world's population. And I was joking with Mark the other day. He's the last standing founder of the Magnificent Seven.
Very true.
Pretty amazing. And yet the top 20 people have been at Meta for over 16 years. So you have this combination of a founder, risk-taking innovator, and yet a very stable, not only team, but a pretty strong and stable balance sheet. So to have him focused on it being about humans, I think is critical.
But talking back about Meta, AI, as you know better than anyone, is a technology that requires so much computer power in order to achieve its goals. And you run also Meta Compute, if I'm not mistaken, which is a new division that is responsible for the capital formation and for investment, almost $600 billion over the next few years to build the infrastructure which is required. So what is the strategy required to realize these goals? Curious to know. And what kinds of partnership will Meta make to achieve them with this investment?
Well, we set up Meta Compute because it is a daunting responsibility and strategy to invest $600 billion over the next 4 years to reach the compute goals that we need. And it's really brought everyone in the company together around how can we use our balance sheet most effectively, what kind of capital formation makes sense, but also where to invest, whether it's all around the United States to build these infrastructure needs and also outside the United States. And so we have our finance team, our infrastructure team, and our talent team. all working together to do it. And I think maybe the most important thing we realized is that this is a group sport. And you see this at Meta, you see it at all of our peer companies, that we can't do it alone. We have to work with sovereign wealth funds. We have to work with large institutional investors. We have to work with energy companies. Just last month, we announced with Secretary Chris Wright a major nuclear partnership where Meta today has become the largest purchaser of nuclear power. And so you just can't do it in one company, siloed and insular. It really is something that you have to build strategic partnerships, including ones we just announced with around chips with NVIDIA, AMD, and Broadcom.
Your Excellency, His Excellency Yasser Oman spoke a lot about partnership this morning during his opening remarks, and I know how hard you are working to build partnership. So what, for you, is the definition of a successful partnership?
A definition of a successful partnership. I've been privileged to be involved in the US-Saudi relationship for the last decade.
Precisely.
And, you know, a lot of people, I think it's important to understand the origin and the length of this partnership and the size of it also. Everybody, at least who's familiar with the relationship, always cites Valentine's Day, February 14th, 1945, when the founder of modern Saudi Arabia, King Abdulaziz, met with President Roosevelt on the Quincy. But the reality is that the partnership started 12 years before that, 1933, when Saudi Arabia awarded Standard Oil of California in 1933 the first concession for oil, and that was the origin of Saudi Aramco. What not many people know is that there were a number of nations competing for that concession, but it was awarded to Standard Oil of California, an American company, not for commercial reasons, not for returns, not for gains. It was awarded to Standard Oil of California, an American company, because America was not a colonizing nation. That was the main reason the concession was granted to Standard Oil of California. And in a few years, that relationship is going to be a century old, 100 years old. We've gone through ups and downs, but we have remained consistent that the relationship is important to us and to the United States from a political point of view, from a strategic point of view, from a cultural point of view. I could throw out so much data about how many Saudis have actually been educated in the United States, how much money has been invested in the United States. And if you take our relationship with the United States, it is by far the largest relationship. Yes, this morning, or I think on one of the videos, it talked about $160 billion invested by PIF over the last few years. I mean, the numbers are truly staggering. And it is investing in that relationship, understanding that the foundation is there. We have in the past, we will in the future disagree on certain issues, but it does not actually impact the foundation that is there. And today, unfortunately, with social media and politics and everything that's going on, you know, there's a lot that we have to manage and deal with. But if we understand and appreciate that the foundation is solid and it is long and it is big enough for both of us, then we can build on that and we could take it to the next level.
And I'm a witness of the determination, the passion that you and Her Royal Highness Princess Rima, the ambassador to the United States, have put it together to build this relationship, especially in November during the visit of the Crown Prince. So congratulations again. Dina, you are a great example of public-private partnership, you know, both sectors. So what do you think, what are the most important ways that the public and, I would say, private sectors can work together to ensure precisely this wave of infrastructure investment generally builds capacity on the ground? Mm-hmm. How can be what should be done?
Well, like I said, it really has actually had this impact, especially in the United States, bringing companies together, the government together, whether it's local or federal. But I actually think a good example is what Jared was talking about, peace, prosperity, the conference that we did in Bahrain, Vision 2030. I mean, I do remember when Dr. Mossad came and there was a piece of paper on Jared's desk in the West Wing and it had the title Vision 2030. Never seen it before, the two of us. And he said, wow, this is a business plan for a country. But it's going to be really hard to achieve. And I have to say, with all that's going on in the Middle East, I just want to say how proud I am of His Royal Highness, of the kingdom, for sticking with that plan. And that plan had many elements that were critical. But I think the most important was the public-private partnership, the bringing the investments of PIF to the technologies of the future, the making sure there was a focus on the young people of the kingdom. 65% are under the age of 35, and entrepreneurs and innovative, many of them, as Her Highness and I have talked about, are female entrepreneurs. And frankly, making important that the private sector is welcome. And I think that is why it has been so successful. And I think ultimately, after we get through this very challenging time in the region, it will be those young entrepreneurs, those business partners that have really had a great deal of respect and trust for each other now for so many years. And so I think it's business and business leaders that do a little bit better than politicians. Don't tell my husband, in actually forging what will be deep and lasting peace and prosperity.
Your Excellency, last word. I know that you like to ask questions. So which question you would like to ask to the audience, or which advice you will give to, just to leave them at the end of this session with something to think about? As a wise man.
I wasn't prepared for that. Let me look at my notes. I think I already asked my question honestly. It's if you truly believe with AI specifically that it is, and it is it a tool or is it going to take over? Do you invest in the technology, or do you invest in the people that develop the technology? And it may sound as a basic question, but I've been struggling with that because, it was mentioned that there are companies that have market cap of billions of dollars, trillions of dollars, I'm sorry. Is that an investment in the people, or is it an investment in the machine? And until we actually figure out, I could tell you in the kingdom, we have invested in the technology itself, but we've also invested in the people, and we're going to invest more in the people because our view is that you have to invest in the people. But I think it is something to think about, and it will impact how we deal with technology. If actually some very smart people start thinking about it this way, because the question was asked during the panel today about whether there was a switch, and how do we deal with it, and how do we manage it, how do we regulate it or deregulate it, and it's still not easy, at least to comprehend the impact of all of these issues that relate to AI. So I'm just asking people, think about it more and don't give any very quick opinions. I think it was said earlier today that, we're analyzing it, we're taking our time, we're investing, we're doing it, but we're not really making any major decisions as to where we go with it. And I just give a simple example that is illustrative of all of this. Sorry to say this, Dina, but there was a decision by the courts yesterday or the day before against Meta and Google. And that got me thinking. If you deregulate, then you leave basically interpretation to the courts. And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not giving an opinion on the decision. But do they understand what they're opining on? Do the same laws, the same rules, the same principles apply to what we're dealing with today or not? I don't know what the answer is. I think that's the question that we actually have to think about, and that's what I pose to all of you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for showing us that questions are sometimes much more important than answers. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Dina Powell and His Excellency Mohammed Al-Sheikh. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Richard.
Thanks.
Hi, everyone. My name is Zain Asher. I'm an anchor at CNN International. And I think that before I welcome my next panelists, I want to touch upon something that Dina, His Excellency Al-Sheikh, and Richard were just talking about. This idea that even though we all understand that AI adoption is, of course, not optional, we all understand that if you want to remain competitive, you have to adopt AI in your workflow. A lot of companies are failing to deliver any kind of meaningful results. We had a recent MIT study that found that 95% of companies that had AI adoption failed to deliver any kind of significant value. And S&P Global found that 42% of companies actually abandoned their AI projects just last year. Obviously, this does not mean that AI is a flop. It just means that there is a leadership and clearly an implementation problem. Please welcome my next panelists. All right, so as I was just saying, a lot of companies are investing really heavily in AI without really understanding what is needed for successful implementation. Tarek, I'm going to start with you because that 95% statistic from MIT, that actually really surprised me. This idea that 95% of companies are actually failing to see any kind of significant impact or value as a result of their heavy AI investment. The 5% that are seeing meaningful value, what are they doing differently?
Well, first of all, great to be here in Miami with everybody. I will answer that question, but I want to give everybody an explanation about our company. This will give the narrative of what we have different to drive value realization, product creation. So Humane started and launched by His Royal Highness on May last year during the US-Saudi-led investment forum. It's a company that was built to really cater for the entire AI total value chain. Today, from everybody, you understood and heard that to really excel in AI, there is a core component that one must have, and I thought Saudi Arabia could really excel at that: energy. We have an abundance of energy, almost 15.7 gigawatt of energy available in the kingdom, and Humane is building 3 gigawatt of capacity by 2030, 6.4 gigawatt of capacity by 2034. And more importantly, the investments that we have done on AI chips, compute, and the early investments and bet that we've done even on startups such as Grok, that became a Cinderella story that NVIDIA acquired, translated to almost 150 countries today, is using our AI inferencing in the kingdom. Now, while those are exciting, the areas that we thought we have done something remarkably different about is our Humane Intelligence business unit. It's a unit in which we host our models and our applications. So when this company started, we had a choice, and the choice is go do what every other entity in the world does: buy software, buy legacy ERP, and maybe potentially put models on top and expect to find value on top of it. And I thought this could be completely contradictory to what I wanted to do and prove what Humane can do and deliver not just to Saudi, but to the rest of the world. So the approach I have taken, I told my team, we're going to take a courageous path. And the path that we're going to take, why don't we reimagine what a future enterprise would look like? So keep in mind, I did not talk to my team about technology at this stage. I spend most of the time talking about organization, culture, workflows. What is the to-be model that we should all be venturing towards? And the end results today, and this study, I will tell you wholeheartedly, I agree with it. If you approach models and AI applications in the format of just deploying it on top of legacy systems, legacy process, legacy organization, I will tell you, you will not deliver on the result you want. Today, we build in our company what we call Humane One, is our multi-agent orchestration platform. Agents are running core functions, HR, finance, legal. Gary and I were talking about a simple thing, and a simple example. I encourage you to ask, how is payroll run today in Humane versus other companies? My HR team transformed their job functions from traditional building blocks, performance management, learning development, career development, employee support. Now my HR teams carry titles, AI Builder, performance management, AI Builder, learning development. And this payroll example, all what my HR team does is, at the end of the month, speak to Humane One, run my payroll. This is intelligence to intent to action. So not only we have decomposed the complexity of organization, but my focus every day is culture, mindset, and my obsession was not about job displacement. My obsession was, what if every employee of Humane could become an AI builder? Well, they build products for me, but ultimately Humane needs to sell its product to the rest of the world. So, and then I have a great reward for all of them. I actually participate with my employee on a revenue share model if they build products that sell to the outside market. And it's been 12 months, but what a remarkable transformation. The traditional silos that we created in the 50s and the 80s, I could tell you today in Humane, there is no silos because we have agents that are running today most of the functions in the company. And my employees are really the builders of these agents, the guardrails, the governance. And so it is a complete shift on how we structured the company to deliver on results, but the technology is always secondary to the bigger problem. People, mentality, org needs to be in the top of your mind.
But Tarek, you're really lucky because you're starting from scratch. And Gary, this is where I want to bring you in, because one of the things that Tarek just touched on there is this idea is he decided that, look, I'm not going to do everything the way that it's been previously done. I'm not going to just go out there and get technology and software and then try to build AI on top of it. That's not going to work. So when it comes to how legacy companies actually implement AI, Gary, do enterprises and companies need to modernize their infrastructure first and then adopt AI, or can AI actually help with the modernization?
So first of all, I'd like to thank the FII for having a Trump won West Wing reunion with Dina, Jared, and myself on right in a row. So I think that was very nice of you to put that together for us. Second of all, to my left, you've got a guy that had no legacy system, so it's going to be interesting to hear from him. When we get involved in companies today, and you and I talked a little bit about this, the vast majority of companies we deal with are regulated in one way or another. The vast majority of the global GDP is regulated. If you think about the banking sector, the healthcare sector, the airline sector, the utility sector, all of these sectors have major regulatory oversight, and it's different in every jurisdiction. It would be too easy if it were the same every place. So when we get into a company and try and execute or implement an AI system, we have to do it in a very organized, very methodical way so the companies can stay in line with all their regulatory objectives. And regulators, for one reason or another, tend not to give companies a lot of latitude on missing something because they're in a regulatory transformation, even though they understand at the end of the transition, it will be a better product, it will be a better outcome, but that doesn't allow you to foot fault in the middle. So we start by making sure the existing enterprise backbone is in a flawless position. If you don't start with a good foundation, you can't build a tall building. So we make sure that the enterprise that we're dealing with is solid, fundamentally good, and then we start taking it apart in a methodical way, figuring out where AI can be implemented, over what time, how to put it in, how to work it through the enterprise while appeasing the regulators and making the regulators understand what's going on and how it's going on. I'll just make one other comment on your first statistic on the 5% don't know what's going on. Look, we do these studies at IBM as well. And so I see this results all the time. But I think it's not capturing the total essence of what's going on in the world today. If
you're a CEO sitting in a big organization and you're giving your technology team tasks and they're going out and reprogramming and writing software, I don't think the technologists are telling the CEO, hey, I used the code assist program to do this and I got it done in a day. I think they're still trying to make sure that, like, hey, my job's secure and I got to keep programming. So yeah, I think if you went down out of the C-suite into a lot of companies, I think you would find the data to be somewhat different.
Right.
And in fact, when I look at some of my banking colleagues, their biggest challenge right now is to make sure kids coming out of school are AI literate, because they know that they can push the envelope and push the machine faster.
Interesting. I mean, I take your point on the statistic. Perhaps it's oversimplified, and perhaps they didn't sort of delve deep enough beyond the C-suite. Tony, let me bring you in, because Gary touched on this at the beginning of his first answer. You are also lucky, kind of like Tarek, in that, congratulations on Riyadh Air, by the way. But just the fact that you have this brand new airline carrier, you're building something from scratch, you have a massive advantage. So what do you think you can do as an AI native, brand new airline carrier that legacy carriers simply cannot?
So good morning to everybody. And we are the new national carrier of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Riyadh Air. And we're delighted because, as you mentioned, we are operating currently daily to London Heathrow. And last week, I was doing customer acceptance flying on the new deliveries which are inbound. So very, very exciting. But we are in the business of connecting people, connecting cultures, enabling business, enabling people to have experiences. And it's about hospitality. It's about service. So probably some people are thinking with, these guys who are at the very top of technology and AI, why would one have a simple country boy like me on the same panel as gentlemen like them? And it's because we will take tools from anybody and from anywhere that enables us to give you, as guests in Riyadh Air, a better experience. And just very quickly, both Humain and IBM are partnering and helping us on this journey. If I give 3 examples, because we don't have a legacy, it enables us to think forward and always do the right thing for the right reasons. Our purpose statement for Riyadh Air is a digitally led business that enables travel. A digitally led business that enables travel, i.e., not to be confused with a legacy carrier. So to the 3 examples, 1 safety, 1 sustainability, and the most important one is back to guest experience. In terms of safety, all of the maintenance procedures, all of the maintenance records, all the check sheets, which you can imagine on a commercial aircraft, 4.4 million components, all need to be certified as being maintained and conforming. AI. It was a brilliant use case for AI. In terms of sustainability, when you look up in the sky sometimes, beautiful blue sky, and you see those contrails, condensation trails, well, the condensation is actually CO2. And obviously, with using AI, what we do is we model weather pressure, barometric pressure, and with adjustments then, predictive adjustments on altitude, you can eliminate big parts of the contrails, which eliminates CO2. So lots of other examples, but I'll just use that one. But for me, the most important is as follows. Loyalty programs have been waiting for the last 50 years for AI to come along. And the reason why I say that is as follows. Loyalty programs that you're all probably members of, or multiple loyalty programs, back 30 years ago, was almost the first cryptocurrency that ever came to bear before we ever thought about it in such a way. Now, I'm using this as obviously an analogy, because you were earning points which you could exchange for value. But unlike crypto, I couldn't pass it and share it among my friends or deploying it anywhere else. So just hold that thought for a moment. In terms of loyalty programs, let's imagine some of you in the audience are holding a platinum card. And if you were walking around with that platinum card, you probably think you're Billy Big Time, right? Billy, male and a female name. You're walking around thinking you're Billy Big Time because I'm a platinum member. I can tell you, as a legacy airline CEO, I didn't know who you were. Other than you've got a platinum card and you might have put a preference in for a window seat. Now, what we've done with our loyalty program, it's called Sphere, is to bring about the ability of how it's like more like a crypto. And the idea of the sphere, if in my sphere, I've actually got my 3 colleagues here in my sphere, it gives me the ability to tap my phone on theirs and pass on my tier points or my loyalty points and vice versa. So it's a commodity that can be shared within your sphere, which might be your family members, it may be your friends, or whoever you choose. But the logic of it is through concierge. In other words, once you've given on the booking side of it, the date, that's context. The destination, that's context. The seat or the cabin class, that's context. What the concierge will do then using agentic AI is make suggestions. Because we know you're going to Miami, you might want to think about the following 3 sporting events that are on at that weekend, because it's got the context of when you're actually there. If you choose one of them and put it in the basket, the agentic then's got an additional piece of context to suggest, because we know where the sporting event's at, you might want a restaurant reservation 2 hours before it starts, and so on and so forth. So all of a sudden, as a loyalty member, those words, hyper-personalization, that have been bandied around with airlines for a long time, we're getting at the stage where it's a small step for mankind, but it's a giant leap for guest experience, and we can't wait to serve that guest experience to all of you at 38,000 feet.
Thank you so much, Tony. So just in terms of your AI adoption, it's largely with guest experience, and also you mentioned sustainability as well. Tarek, let me bring you in, because one of the things that Gary touched upon that I thought was interesting was this idea of kids coming out of school being AI literate. And I think the human resources aspects of all of this is really important. There are obviously a lot of people in this audience who belong to legacy companies that don't have the advantage of you, Tony, or you, Tarek. Do you need a new kind of leader if you're a legacy company and you want to go sort of AI native? Can you actually transform the employees you already have, or do you need new employees? Do you need fresh blood?
This is really a good question. By the way, I would encourage all of you to take Riyadh Airline. It is brilliant what Tony and the team have done in terms of customer experience, so well done, Tony. When it comes to talent, this is really a very interesting point, but maybe to answer your question, I want to give all of you practical examples of what I saw the last 12 months inside Humane. What peculiar to me, if you come and look and investigate of the depth and the talent that our company has, I mean, I have a really, really solid research team. I have an amazing software engineering group. And then I have another category of people that have never used technology. Now, I can't yet understand this, but I will tell you, my non-technical part of Humane is excelling in the delivery of products and capability far quicker than what I would say traditional software engineers. So my chief of staff today and his team has never written a piece of code in their life. My job every day is to set the tone at my company. We will not be taking it easy in terms of our ambition to take our products and our capability and really establish Humane to be a global AI leader at the fronts that we operate in. And as such, I think it's important for you to set what is the culture you want to have in the company. Don't accept that this is someone that cannot be trained, cannot be taught. So this example about chief of staff, if you come to my office every day, I'll give him credit, by the way, here so you could hear his name, Philip. Philip has never written anything in his life. He doesn't even understand what C++ is, Java code, etc. He came in one day to me and he says, I created now the product we're going to call CEO Work Hub. And imagine now the collection of what a CEO would go through from managing purchase requests, managing emails, managing approvals, managing meetings, managing emails. And Philip is a gentleman that literally have never written anything. But he was courageous enough to say, if I know English, I know how to write a code. So the declarative statement in his mind is declaring his intent. The intent is the idea, the plan. See, before, you would have to spend lots of time in school to learn the core fundamentals of writing software. And I used to do this, since 13 years old, I've been doing what I love. I'm living my dream today in this job, to be very honest with you, but this is what I do for a living every day. For the first time in history, I want to tell you why I'm in love with this technology. It have eliminated the technology as a barrier to entry. Eliminated it. If your mind is open, and you start to prepare a plan for a thought and an idea, you no longer need to go through the process of creating a product the same way we did. Before, it was too complicated. You would need business analysts, product managers, software development engineers, quality assurance. So this example of a Philip, how many Philips in our companies could exist? A lot, actually. But you as a CEO have to set this tone. You have to encourage your people, it's okay. Let's go experiment with this. Yes, Gary is absolutely right. We have guardrails we have to protect. We have to worry about regulations and data integrity, data lineages. But my job is, I told all of them, I don't care what model you use. I don't care what wrapper in top of the model you use. But the first thing I want you to learn is the idea to start planning. What is the planning? Write in common language. What is the intent you want AI to solve? Today, what takes 4 months on a typical software development life cycle, Philip and the team is able to do in 2 days. Now, isn't that like amazing?
Mm-hmm.
What if every employee in a company have become a builder? Give them a chance, give them the opportunity to really learn the new skills. Even I'm really telling my kids, there's a new world that we have to face. And we're not teaching yet our kids properly about this new world. The world is changing much faster than anybody imagined. In my enterprise, I want to tell you, this issue about greenfield, brownfield, legacy versus not legacy, I worked in 3 continents in my life. We succeeded not because Humane is a startup. It was harder, by the way, for me to build what I did. But it was just about what is the culture and mindset. See, today what I'm proud about, who would have thought Saudi Arabia could export technology to the United States? Who would have thought this is possible? Many of you in this room would say, I shouldn't have talent. I shouldn't have the capability to build. I encourage all of you come and see the talent that we have. The press release that we're announcing today is the sale of the first product of Humane to a US technology company. This is something I'm excited about, but it doesn't start with me. It started with fundamental transformation in the company. We are not living in the past. We live in the organization, the workflows, and the processes of tomorrow. And my team is no longer afraid about, I'm too worried that this technology is going to replace my job or this and that. We are nowhere close to this anymore. So that's why I tell you I'm living my dream, because I see what an ambitious workforce. No longer technology is a barrier. You could build anything you want to build. Just give it a try. If you speak English, you could really create marvelous things.
Thank you, Tarek. We don't necessarily need new people, but we certainly do need people who don't have a fixed mindset, who are malleable, who are not risk-averse. Unfortunately, we are out of time, though. So let's give our panelists a round of applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good job, you guys. Zain, thank you. Thank you to your panelists as well. Next up, please welcome our moderator, James Fontanella Khan. He is the U.S. finance editor for the Financial Times. He and his panelists will examine whether private capital has outgrown the public market. There are lots of discussions about fewer companies going private. How do investors actually benefit from that? Are these the first cracks in the private credit market? Could this be a sign of a new financial crisis? So please join me in welcoming James and his panel.
Thank you. Water? Hello, everyone. Thanks for being here. We have an excellent introduction, so I won't waste any time. Ken, you're far away, but I'm going to start with you. We heard somebody mention like the cracks in the private credit sector. I'd like to start maybe with a slightly more open question. Are public markets fundamentally broken? And I ask you this because there was a time 20 years ago when it was something like really special to be a public company.
I've been fantastic. That was a great panel. What?
It's all live, so. I was saying it was something special to IPO, and instead now we have companies staying private for longer. Fewer companies are public. I think half is the number compared to a decade ago. Again, are public markets broken?
No. So first of all, this whole private credit thing is, look, what's happening today is very similar to what happened at Silicon Valley Bank in 2023. You have 5-year loans, but instead of having 5-second deposits, I mean, by the time the afternoon came at Silicon Valley Bank, the whole deposit base evaporated. We have changed it. And so now we have private credit, and instead of 5-year loans with 5-second liquidity, you have 5% gates. If Silicon Valley Bank could have gated, they'd be around today. They didn't have bad assets. They had treasuries, actually. So this is just a different, it's a wonderful mechanism, actually. It's just paying in a different way. You get gated, but there's no fire sale. And the best of it all, James, the taxpayer isn't involved. So in Silicon Valley Bank, you know, the taxpayer, the government had to make a decision to come in and stabilize. And if there's one thing that causes long-term disruption of financial markets and the political markets, you know, I still think part of what we're recovering from is the anger of the 2008 bailouts by the general public who picked up banker loans. So here we have, you know, a 5% gate coming up. Is it wonderful? No. Is it the end of the world? No. And your last question, I'll just say, public markets are still by far the best asset class out there. I think one of the problems has been that we've pretended that private markets affected volatility. And nobody likes volatility. You don't like to have the markets do what they've done the last 3 weeks during a war. But if you own a private equity fund, your mark never changed. You didn't have to lose 1 day of sleep. You didn't have to have 1 day of happiness. It just, you know, nothing changed. And I think the illiquidity of not marking has become an asset, meaning we used to pay for illiquidity. You used to get a premium 25 years ago to put your money into an illiquid asset. And today, I think you're starting to pay a premium for not having to report a mark. I think that's going to come out badly. Liquidity is an asset. The public markets provide liquidity. It's an asset when you least expect that you're going to need it. And I think that the liquidity premium will gradually return to the public markets as, you know, as we've gone through 20 years of this. So I'm a big fan of public markets. I think it's discipline, it's liquidity, it's real marks. You can fool yourself that your investment is what it was yesterday, but the market will tell you, no, it's not. And you can go, you know, you can fool yourself all you want, but the public will help you figure it out. Mary, you manage trillions of dollars. Do you share that view? Do you think public markets are inherently better?
So at JP Morgan, we
manage a number of assets across many different areas. In my area, which is the asset and wealth management group, we manage $7 trillion worth of assets, and we invest across the public and the private markets, of course. We invest with many of the greatest investors in other of the LPs, GPs for our LPs to invest in. And when I look at what's out there in the world, it has historically been that you get a premium in your returns for being in the private markets. And so if you don't need your liquidity on a daily basis, you shouldn't have to pay that extra cost in order to have daily liquidity. So if you don't have to pay for daily liquidity because you don't need it, and just like Yasser started this conference, he said, we don't measure ourselves in quarters, we measure ourselves in decades. And when you get to the size of the wealth that some of our clients have, that's what you're trying to think about. So that premium, whether it's 350, 400 basis points over time, that translates into doubling your money over a 2-decade time period. So it's real money, it's very important, and of course you want access to those markets. We also heard from the panels earlier that you're accessing entrepreneurialism. You're accessing emerging economies where maybe they aren't public yet. And so the public markets are healthy and vibrant, but they are a fraction of the size of what they were. When I came out of business school, there were 7,300 public companies, now there's 4,000. And it's just the opposite. There were about 1,600 private companies owned by private equity managers, and now I think it's 16,000. So it's a drastic change, which gives many, many opportunities. And if you can get those opportunities into clients' portfolios, that is a wonderful thing because they don't need to have that need to draw on that liquidity on a daily basis. Now, with that comes all sorts of different issues that we're seeing, and some of these markets are nascent in being able to give that access to the smaller client. We manage money from the sovereign wealth funds all the way down to the person that first walks into a Chase branch, okay? You have to understand the risk management of all of that, exactly as Ken was talking about. And so if you do maybe need your money on a fast basis, you shouldn't be in assets that have longer term lockups and liquidity. And a lot of these structures are trying to find their way, and that's why we have these issues of the gates and the like. But those gates are there for very important fiduciary reasons, because you have to care for just as much about the existing clients as the exiting clients and the new clients. And it's a very important factor that I don't think has been discussed enough in these markets. But when you look at the allocation to the private markets, we used to allocate about $1 billion a month to many of the great managers out there in the world, and now we allocate about $1 billion a week. And so $1 billion of our client assets are going into private credit, private equity,
and that's
infrastructure.
because your customers want that.
They want it, and we want it for them where we can find those opportunities, and it's right-sized in their portfolios. It's up about 3x just over the past 3 years. And these structures have enabled us to also get them into portfolios that are smaller size, and so they need a more diversified ability to get in, and the BDCs and the other evergreen structures that are out there are enabling us to do that. Of course, in the right risk-measured ways that are the most important job that we have as fiduciaries.
Totally. David, from your perspective, because one of the things that you mentioned also is kind of transparency, communication. I think when private markets were originally for institutional investors in many ways, and now they've opened up to more retail investors. And part of this kind of the jitters that we're seeing in the market are linked to that. How can we better educate, better inform the retail investors and make sure that there isn't like a mismatch on the communication?
Sure. Thanks, James, and great to be here with this esteemed group of panelists. And I'm going to pull on a couple threads that Ken and Mary just both mentioned about the product and then the associated education that needs to go along with it. But let me just contextualize it. We started in the private credit business at Benefit Street Partners, Franklin Templeton, at sort of the beginning of the asset class right after the GFC. And as we look at the industry today, just to contextualize, the products that we're talking about, these semi-liquid private BDCs and in some cases interval funds still represent less than 20% of the total capital of the industry, just to contextualize the nature of what we're talking about. And when we as an industry sort of invented the products, we invented it with the 5% per quarter liquidity. That was a feature to effectively achieve things that both Mary and Ken have talked about, which is on the product side, it was to match the economic benefit for both existing shareholders and departing shareholders. And to what Ken said, it was to do the classic asset liability, equity versus the loans that you're putting, matching the duration. And so that 5% to 7% wasn't a random number. We came together and said that happens to be outside the duration of the loans that we're putting into the product. So unfortunately, I think many people view that now as a bug when it clearly was a feature to protect all that. So I will now answer your question, which is, what have I learned over the last 3 months? And I never thought private credit would be top story at the FT or Bloomberg literally every day for something as boring as credit.
Now it's becoming the top news story on the general news channel. So it's not, forget about the FT. It's like my mom in Italy knows about private credit now. So
exactly. I mean, my kids are talking to me about private credit. That's interesting. But so I think the education part is what I've really taken away and learned. And we really benefit as being part of Franklin Templeton that has 75-year history of dealing with the JP Morgans and the Morgan Stanleys and the RIAs and having a great sort of education network and university. But we need to do an even better job of educating the advisors and the brokers and the platforms about this 5 to 7% liquidity per quarter feature, so that, to Mary's point, it gets into people's portfolios in the proper risk-managed way to deliver the excess return that, let's be transparent, for 1, 3, 5, 10, 15, and 20 years, for example, private credit has delivered excess returns to liquid credit. So you want to get that to your customers, but you want to get it to them in an educated way so the advisors can risk manage properly.
Scott, I'm keen to have your perspective on, we've seen a lot of these kind of public kind of credit markets now trading at a discount. Mm-hmm. Is that an opportunity, or we should be cautious?
Most public credit's not at a big discount, actually. The parts of the investment grade market are because of interest rate duration. So our Amazon or JP Morgan bonds that were issued in 2021 when rates were 0 and have a 3 or 4% coupon trading in the 60s, very interesting because you get a 6% current yield and a lot of convexity. Yes, those are interesting, but public credit spreads are still rather tight. I think the risks that the press is focused on, that people are focused on around private credit, LevFin direct lending, which is depending on who you ask, is a $1.5 to $1.8 trillion market, which is the business that both of us are in as part of our business. That's not a systemic risk for the banks. The banks back lever it through 25% loan to value against the loans. They're not taking a lot of risk, but a lot of the people who got into that business over the past 10 years, or not a lot, some of the people who got into that business over the past 10 years come from a banking perspective, come from an origination perspective, do not come from a risk and portfolio construction perspective. So they've ended up with portfolios, and I think the gates and the structure of the funds makes a lot of sense. In the GFC, you had people who didn't have the right asset liability mix. Now you have the right asset liability mix for illiquid assets. The problem is the portfolio construction. If you look at 30 to 40% in SaaS, another 10 to 15% in healthcare IT, another 10 to 15% in insurance brokers or business services, 60% of these portfolios are exposed to what you might call the AI risk factor. Mm-hmm. And you don't have equity convexity in them. You're not buying a stock that can double or triple. You're doing a loan to a company that you like at 98 or 99 cents on the dollar, and it can go up to 100 cents. So you don't have convexity, and portfolio construction and risk management really matters. And a lot of the concerns that you're seeing in the press are around portfolio construction. The structures of the vehicles are good. The portfolio construction is a real issue. The SaaS issue with AI has been in the press for years, actually. If you called anyone in venture capital, they would have told you that SaaS is going to have a problem with AI 3 years ago. Now it's actually started with Claude Code. You're actually seeing that come to roost. I think it's going to be a multi-year problem that plays out over a number of years. Not all SaaS is bad, but buying the public equities in the SaaS space are probably much better than a loan that's at 90, that's a smaller company that can't adapt the same way, that's cash flow is being sucked up by the interest expense. So I see a long-term risk in direct lending that's not systemic. If you look at asset-backed, which is the much bigger part of the direct lending market or the private credit market, which is 10, 20 trillion, that part of the market, there have been some frauds in the ABF space, Tricolor, First Brands, MFS in the UK more recently. It's begging for tokenization and blockchain to avoid those frauds. I hope that comes fast. It will root out some of the fraudsters. But the growth there, that's a faster growing market where people have data on autos and consumer lending going back many, many years. You're seeing Botox securitizations, residual chip securitizations, things where there's not 20, 30, 40, 50 years of data. I see real risk there being taken on the asset-backed side where there's not as much data.
Is that partly because everybody's trying to chase this new kind of asset class and you've got...
There are a lot of people trying to copy
the good guys. Yeah, exactly.
There are a lot of people trying to copy their success, and that's what's happening.
Interesting. I want to bring you, Ilan, into the conversation because you get to kind of work on a lot of projects and you're trying to help these projects find that funding. How do you look at the private versus public market? Like, is there a difference at all, or like, what is on your mind?
So we are the largest development bank of a region of Latin America and the Caribbean. By far, we have long-term investments, decades, not months. And our role is to make the issuers do a better job. In terms of institutions, in terms of what are the projects, in terms of the guidelines, using AI and other technologies to be able to avoid fraud and all of that. But at the same time, we're also working with the investors. We just opened an office in Miami because we want to get closer to the investors. So we are not only down south with the government, with the private sector, we're also here. So what do we do? Not only helping them, but actually changing our business model. So we are now in the model of what we call originate to share. We originate some projects that are more difficult for the market to appreciate at the beginning. Maybe they're too risky, maybe they're in the wrong currency, maybe they don't know it, but we are there. We have been there for 7 decades. So we originate, but we don't stay with it in our balance sheets. So we actually share in the public market or in the private market. Same thing with the local banks. The local banks have projects that at the beginning, the institutional investor, even the retail investors, don't get in, it's too risky. But once they are there, they're in the balance sheet of the local banks. We made a calculation, we have around $500 billion of projects that are there, that are well-performing, that we can actually help the local banks to offset, to sell it to institutional investors with the hard currency, lower risk, and with our guarantees. And that makes the markets work much better.
So that's kind of working for you better.
Yeah, so the originate to share and get closer to the investors.
Mary, I want to come back to you. And you've addressed this a bit, but I'd like to push on the kind of, if the best companies, the NVIDIA, not sorry, the NVIDIAs, but like the OpenAIs of this world stay private for longer, how do kind of the smaller investors kind of get to benefit from that? Because again, there's an appetite for being involved in these secondary markets, but it's still very hard for them to do so. So how do you approach that?
Yeah, I mean, it's up to a company and their board to decide whether staying private longer or accessing the public markets is the right answer. And that can be different for all sorts of different reasons. Being able to access those markets with smaller bite sizes of clients is exactly what you're seeing the development happening in the private credit markets, and that will continue to happen in the private equity markets. And a lot of the legislation that's going through to think about putting it in 401k plans and the like, it has all of the very important right seeds of trying to give this opportunity to a broader base, especially if you don't need that money today. If you're investing in your 401k in your 30s and you're not going to take it out until your 60s, you don't need daily mark to market. This is exactly what you need, but it has to be done in the right risk bite-sized way. So I just think that there's so many opportunities, and I think that's up for a company to decide. But we at JP Morgan at the end of last year, we launched something called the Security and Resiliency Initiative. So it's $1.5 trillion of money that we want to put out into the world with companies to help us on defense, critical minerals, safety and security and soundness, and shoring up things that maybe shouldn't be offshored into areas that we don't control that risk. Those opportunities, just year to date, we've had 730 companies come to us to ask us to help infuse capital into them.
Are these private companies?
Most all of them are private companies. That's 7 a day.
Wow.
These are fabulous companies with great opportunities. They've got terrific entrepreneurship. You heard from Fei talking about we're sitting in a gold mine of opportunities. You heard the opportunity of when things open up in some of these developing markets, and we talked about Latin America, and Steve Mnuchin made a very great point. We shouldn't call them emerging markets anymore. We should really call them, I don't know what, but they're burgeoning entrepreneur areas where you can access these opportunities. And so we're seeing them across the board, and I think that's exactly what you hope to have happen. And then we talked about the portfolio construction of this, and I think that's where you really have to look long and hard at who's managing these assets. Do you have a fiduciary that's grounded in the way that that is necessary so that you don't have a cliff of maturities, that you have a diversification of the sectors, and that you think about it so you don't face any kind of a crisis that's coming at the end. So that's the most important thing we look for, and I think it's just it's a phenomenal opportunity. And actually, what we're hoping is that some of this mark to market we are going to see this flow through is going to give our managers the opportunity to go and seize those opportunities and get them in the portfolios, and have our clients be able to take advantage of a lower entry point, which is what you always hope for.
Totally. Ken, one of the reasons why some of these private companies don't IPO is partly also a valuation problem. And do you feel like valuations are too high at the moment, or obviously, there's been a bit of a correction in these last 3 weeks, but...
Well, on some of this IPO, it's interesting. Some of it's just a distribution of returns problem, which the public market's not used to. So, you go back to 2000, 2001, everybody talks about the internet bubble. What a disaster. Yes, pets.com went to zero. It was probably $400 million of market cap. But if you had spread your money across everything, sure, 7 or 8 of them might have been zeros, but Amazon was probably 1,000x. Apple was probably 2,000x. And those are VC distributions happening in a public market. So we're not used to evaluating that. And what usually happens, I'll bet the portfolio managers get fired, because I know in my portfolio, all the good things were my idea, and all the bad things were his idea or somebody else's idea, and you fire the guy.
Classic.
So it's much better to portfolioize them. Hence, staying private, you just don't know where the 1,000x is, and you don't know where the zeros are. So I think what we're seeing right now is everybody talks about, I don't believe it's a bubble. I believe it'll be a venture capital distribution outcome, which will cause issues, because 7 or 8 of them out of 10 might not work, and 2 of them might return 1,000x. That's going to be a hell of a good return if you're in all of them or if you're in the 2 of them. But the public market's very hard on that because of the mark to market and the realization that most of us spend more time obsessing about our failures than, we just take the winners for granted.
Yeah.
We're geniuses.
We've got 5 minutes left. Scott, what are the risks that you think the market is currently underpricing?
Well, we heard from Jared earlier. The war in Iran is something that I think it's very hard to call when that's going to end, and the inflation risk related to that. You've got five-year rates in the U.S. up 50 basis points. commodity prices. I mean, everyone focuses on crude oil, but natural gas, helium, a lot of these things come out of the Middle East, and they're not coming right now. So when those commodities start flowing again, and maybe Trump doesn't care as much because there's not as big a problem for the U.S., but if there's a problem in the European economy and the economy in Asia, it will impact the U.S. So that's a risk that I think is certainly being underpriced. And then if you look at what Ken's talking about with these IPOs, the capital consumption of some of these of some of the foundational language models is so large, they're going to have to be public in the next 12 to 18 months.
Because there's
not enough debt capital. If you look at 600, 700 billion is the number this year. If you talk to some of the real AI evangelists, it's 500 billion per hyperscaler in 2028. There's not enough debt capital to we're living in this world. It's just not there. You're already seeing Oracle being under some level of pressure in terms of what they're doing and some pushback from stakeholders there. So I think that the growth of the LLMs and their debt consumption is something that is starting to crowd out other debt issuers. Historically, financials were the top 5 or 6 issuers in the investment grade market. Now you've got some of the hyperscalers creeping into that top 10 and may overtake the financials in terms of the quantum of debt. So those companies need to get public, and then let's figure out what's happening in Iran, because we were on a pretty good path in the US with AI, deflation from AI, a nice economy. Maybe housing was going to start doing better again, and now we've kind of flipped that on its head and focused on the war. Then when the war ends, we'll go back to focusing on the AI eating the jobs. We don't think that's a 2026 problem. We think that's a 27, 28, 29 problem, but it's a factor you've got to pay attention to.
David, what's the biggest risk for you out there?
Yeah, I think just to pile on what Scott's saying, I think the market is making assumptions about the implications of the war, when it's going to end, and then ultimately, and I'll tie it back to private credit, what does that mean for the underlying economic growth in Europe and the US? Right now, I think the market's assuming that neither the US nor Europe are going to go into a recession, for the most part, that the economic environment's going to remain fairly supportive. I think we'll have to watch and see how this plays out, but I think that's the biggest single risk if the war goes on for a protracted period of time and you see, for example, what could be a recession in Europe that bleeds over into the US.
In terms of risk, I was keen to see, what do you think is the biggest obstacle connecting capital to real investments?
Well, we are hearing all the current context, the fragmented world, the wars, the shocks. The countries, the governments, the private sector has been extremely resilient. If you look at the market, the resilience is what we have seen in the last few years. So I think the most relevant risk now is how we can maintain this resilience, how we can look at the opportunities in a world that seems to be very complex. So for us, the biggest obstacles is to maintain the resilience under all of this uncertainty and to be able to look at the opportunities that arise in this moment.
So 1 minute left. We've got 30 seconds for Mary and 30 for Ken on the same questions. In 10 years' time, do you think public or private markets will be more dominant?
Both. And the risk is that you don't properly allocate enough to each. And the risks that we have in the world are going to present fabulous opportunities. And so the most important thing is that you stress test, you make sure you have enough dry powder, and you're ready to take advantage of all these opportunities, including, by the way, a very healthy IPO calendar coming up this year.
Thank you.
You're talking about public versus private. Look, I would say, I know we're in Miami, so we have lots of entrepreneurs down here. And I went public as soon as I possibly could as a startup company. I started in 2007. I went public in 2014. Being public has helped us make the company instantaneous access to capital, smooth access without having to go in chunks. It's way underrated. It's a spectacular thing, especially the US markets. They're liquid, they're deep, they're instantaneous. There was a time we wanted capital. We would call our underwriters up at 4:01, and we would have 3 bids for several hundred million by 4:05. Unbelievable. And then you'd execute. And there's no market like it in the world. And I would say to everybody who's been told stay private, you're being misled.
Thank you very much for that. And thank you all for listening.
The world is witnessing a major shift in global finance. Millions of people still struggle with high costs, limited access to capital, and inefficient cross-border payments. But today, tokenized infrastructures are rewriting the rules of economic participation. By 2030, these could reach up to $16 to $30 trillion globally. From data centers and mobile wallets to blockchain and cryptocurrencies, tokenization and digital assets are rising to be a trillion-dollar revolution. Our latest impact report explores the physical infrastructure that powers these digital assets. Dive into key insights, regulatory frameworks, and learn how digital assets and tokenization are bridging the global finance gap. Find out how they are accelerating financial inclusion in the Global South. Read and discover how this new architecture will redefine capital flows for an impact on humanity.
Stablecoins just crossed 300 billion in market cap with 33 trillion in transaction volume last year. That is more than Visa and MasterCard combined. This is the Future Investment Initiative, so very focused on the future. Stablecoins are the future, and they are very much here right now as well, reshaping elements of traditional finance. Each of our panelists has embraced that in their own way. Fancy meeting you here. Brad, I want to start with you. Ripple launched RLUSD just 13 months ago after years of focusing on XRP. What changed and what were your institutional clients asking for that made launching your own stablecoin essential to your business?
Well, the part of that story that's kind of unknown is 2 years ago, so more than, I mean, it was right around 13 months ago we launched. 2 years ago, we were minting 20% of all USDC. So we obviously, Ripple's core business around payments, cross-border payments, we were driving, we've done over $100 billion of payment flows. And we found if we're the #1 minter on the network, why don't we look at actually doing this ourselves? That also was around the same time that USDC depegged from the dollar because of the Silicon Valley Bank demise. And Circle came out and said, hey, we'll stand in the gap. We'll guarantee the peg. And it didn't move because at that point, Circle didn't have a balance sheet. Ripple has on our balance sheet, $60, $70 billion of crypto. We have about $4 billion of US dollars. And so I think we're in a position to really have a very compliant, very institutional-focused stablecoin.
Interesting. Maya, you've been in payments since the early 2000s, very early adopter here. You've kind of seen what does, what doesn't work. What specific pain points or failures in traditional systems convinced you that stablecoins are the answer?
Yeah, so I've been in traditional payments since 2007 in Africa and Latin America. And in 2010, I went into Bitcoin. And I think I had a real experience of kind of paying while I was living in Africa, receiving paychecks, seeing entrepreneurs trying to access capital for their startups, right? When transferring money takes about 15% of your paycheck, you start to question when you can't get funded as a startup in emerging markets and an office in New York or London or Paris pulls out capital because those markets seem risky, right? This is where you start to question the whole system. And I think for me, early days living in these markets, this is why I recognized that much faster than my peers in the US is I said, we need something different. And for me, there was a clear solution years later. The stable coins are going to be that solution, right? It is programmable money. It was very simple. So there are real pain points that these types of programmable contracts actually do solve.
Interesting. Zach, you are building a stablecoin through World Liberty Financial, but that's not all you're doing. You're essentially creating a new financial stack for folks who don't know. Why didn't you just want to improve the existing system?
How much time do you have? Well, I mean, I guess let's just start with sort of the nexus of the business. I started the business with Donald Trump Jr., Eric Trump, and Barron Trump. They had been debanked. I believe they were given 14 business days to find a new home for several $billion. And so we began to think and strategize around, a more democratized system where, no one was going to tell you that you couldn't hold US dollars because of your political beliefs or, personal beliefs. And that system ultimately revolved around a stablecoin. We're doing a bunch of other interesting things and, decentralized borrow and lend markets, tokenizing real estate as well, building a full ecosystem around it. But when you look at the system today, right, it can cost, up to 8% to send money across borders. I think stablecoins will compress that to almost zero. The real friction in FX today is when you send money across borders, it can take 3 to 5 days for that money to arrive, and there's real currency hedging risk in those 3 to 5 days. Stablecoin solves for that with, immediate settlement, right, thereby eliminating all of that hedging risk. And then if we start to look at the future, in a world where, machine-to-machine payments become most likely prevalent, right? I think there's an argument to be had there, but these machines aren't going to be able to pay each other on traditional banking rails. They're too slow. They can't KYC, right? But really, they're too slow. These payments need to happen instantly. They need to happen globally across borders. And stable coins, they're really just programmable dollars. Dollars 2.0 is what I call them.
Yeah, and I mean, you're really working on essentially a parallel economy, Zach.
Yeah, I would say that's probably accurate. I mean, we say at World Liberty in 3 to 5 years, maybe less than that, hopefully less than that, people will just refer to this as finance, right? Today there's DeFi and there's TradFi and all of these different terms, but this is really just an upgrade to the traditional financial system.
Just FI,
Exactly.
I think we created something new here. We talk a lot about big ideas here, but I also want to get sort of practical because I think we're seeing MasterCard, Visa, JP Morgan, all of these huge institutions embrace stablecoin. And I'm sure there's a lot of folks listening in kind of trying to figure out how should this fit into a portfolio strategy today. So I do want to hear everyone speak to that. And Brad, specifically for you, I mean, the top 5 stablecoins continue to dominate roughly 90% of the market. How competitive is this landscape really? And do you think with the passage of the Genius Act, we can expect the stablecoin space to get more crowded, or are we going to see it consolidate?
I think in the short term, it's going to get more crowded. Look, I will echo something Zach just said, which I really agree with. I first got involved in technology in the late 90s, and everything was an internet company. We don't talk about anything as an internet company now because it's just prevalent in the background. And I think that's where some of the blockchain and crypto-based solutions, I think in some ways the industry holds itself back by leading with, we're a crypto company, because people are like, what the hell is that? They just want to solve a payments problem. They want to solve a custody problem. Whatever problem it is, it's not necessarily a crypto first. And so I think, in 5, 10 years, as Zach's describing, we won't talk about it that way. Yeah. But I do think, as an example to your question, do I think the biggest banks in the world are thinking about, should we launch a stablecoin? Yeah, I know they are. The question is, does it make sense to have, a proliferation of stablecoins, which really does harken back to the early 1900s in the United States, where you had banknotes before the Federal Reserve, and do we need that fragmentation? So I think in the short term, we may see more fragmentation and experimentation. I think that's good. But over the long haul, I think you'll see consolidation where different stablecoins will specialize in different solutions. At the end of the day, having very compliance forward, Ripple took a path of not just getting a New York Department of Financial Services license, but also an OCC license. I think you're seeing the largest player out there. Tether has now said they're going to get an audit again. We need the industry to lean into that kind of transparency and verification from a regulatory point of view.
So everyone wants to get in it right now, but not everyone's going to be a winner. Is that fair?
Well, I'm guessing we would probably agree. We don't need, $50 US stablecoins. Why? It's still at the end of the day a US dollar. Now, will you see differentiation around trust and licensing and transparency of deposits and things like that? Sure. But I don't know that we need any. Does Citibank want to accept a JPM coin or B of A coin? Like, okay, it just starts to really, my head starts to hurt when you think about the proliferation.
If your head starts to hurt, imagine how I feel. Maya, you've seen a few pitfalls, Libra notably trying to gain traction. From a regulatory and trust perspective, what are the biggest pitfalls that you think institutions and folks here need to be aware of?
Yeah, I think it's a really loaded question, and I agree with Brad in terms of not having it locally, but I think it becomes a really interesting geopolitical question when you start to cross border. And because today, right, you have Tether that is one of the largest US Treasury owners, right, in the world. And there is a reason we have a Genius Act in this country, and that has been a political reason to also partially export US dollar globally around the world. And so the question for a lot of the audience that's international is, are you comfortable with, the protocols that are programmable built in the US to be really deciding how you need to have your fiscal policy and how you need to have things done in your country. And so I think this is why there is such a demand right now out of a lot of different markets to say, okay, do we have our own stablecoin and what is that actually backed by and how does it work? How does it interoperate? Or is it just one or two winners globally, which is going to be backed by still a US dollar? Because guess what? A lot of emerging markets, when they have a chance to hold a USDT or USDC, that's the first thing they will hold, not their own currency. And so I think that's kind of one thing. The second thing on Libra, I remember when Libra came out, and Libra was a project, if some of you don't know, was that Facebook wanted to launch a stable coin, and it was basically a basket of different currencies. And so they came my way in 2019, and I said to them, this will never work. And they were like, no, we are Facebook. We have 3 billion users. Of course this will work. I said, no, this will never work because you have other currencies in your basket that US government will never support, right? You have to have one currency, which is dollar. And so I think a lot of the things that they front-run it, right? They thought that just because they have 3 billion users, they'll go up to the DC and then they'll get a clap and be awarded something, and then they go launch something very powerful. So I think at the same time, when I look at what Stripe is doing and Google is doing, right? I look at all these fintechs and I'm thinking, wow, all these actual fintechs can somehow become banks, right? Can launch their stablecoin, can launch their currency, some aspect, right? And I think that's exactly the tension that's happening right now on the Hill, which is like, does the technology win? And I don't think so, right? I think to Brad's point, I think it's going to be the banks who are going to fight for that stablecoin and for that, capital, really, to own the capital and the railways.
Yeah. Zach, one of the things that you're doing that I feel like a lot of people are talking about is tokenizing real-world assets. You're tokenizing a hotel in the Maldives. For family offices managing diverse portfolios, what does that look like? Is that something that they should be investing in?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's something they should be quite excited about. I think the two probably most important aspects when we're talking about tokenizing real-world assets or RWAs is access and liquidity. So in terms of access, you're opening up the investor pool to a global pool of investors, to much smaller check writers, right? People who can write $20, $50, $100 checks. There's no reason why someone with $20 to invest shouldn't be able to invest in five-star real estate or Class A real estate in the Maldives or in Riyadh or anywhere else in the world. And then in terms of liquidity, traditionally assets like real estate are not that liquid, right? There's 5 to 10 year hold periods. Tokenization solves for that, right? You'll be able to sell your equity token in Trump Maldives, or we're calling it Maldives 1, during the development phase, or you can sell some of your tokens and keep other tokens. You'll be able to lend against those tokens and collateralize them. And, there's just a ton of use cases when you start talking about tokenizing real world assets. And then I'll just add, since the operation began in Iran, the most traded asset on Hyperliquid is actually tokenized oil. And what you're seeing is actually Wall Street is trading on hyperliquid like crazy after banking hours, after the market closes, and on the weekend. Because as we all know, the global economy is 24/7, and it doesn't have banking hours. It doesn't have market hours. And, people are looking for ways to, hedge those bets that they have, after market hours, on weekends, et cetera. So I think family offices should definitely be exploring investing and using real-world assets.
Fascinating. Brad, I know your favorite subject is what's happening in Washington, D.C. Right now, there's a debate around stablecoins. Are they more of a savings asset, or should they be used as payment? Where do you fall on this debate? What would you like to see in that regulation?
So as you're describing, the Genius Act passed last summer, which I think was a major step forward. And I think it was one of the unlocks and demand and excitement around stablecoins. And you're seeing CEOs and CFOs at Fortune 2000 companies saying, hey, are we using stablecoins? Could we be using stablecoins? And that's going to continue to happen. The Clarity Act, which is intended to be kind of the fast follow-on, not quite fast, to provide clarity about what is a security, what's a commodity, et cetera, has been slow. And in part is the banks have kind of reopened some parts of the Genius Act about how our yield or rewards happen, what's the difference between reward and yield. Look, Ripple doesn't have a big dog in this fight. And so we have kind of, on this particular point, let people who care more deeply about it fight that fight. I do think that having this White House support the Clarity Act and push it forward has been profound. The fact that the SEC in the United States and the CFTC 9 days ago came together and said, these 16 digital assets are commodities. You think about the contrast between that and the Biden war on crypto that drove it offshore in the United States. So I think we already have made huge progress in this administration to provide some of that structure and clarity. I think clarity will still pass. I was in Washington 2 days ago, and I think we'll still get something. I think the person that I trust and how the sausage is made on these things said, when people are their most exhausted, most annoyed, that's when they finally compromise. And I think we're there. When people are annoyed, they're exhausted. So hopefully we get something done. I'll predict by the end of May we'll get something across.
That is a great line. Maya, you've called stablecoins a tool of economic statecraft. How are you seeing it shift power dynamics globally here? And I know we're tight on time, so I'm going to ask you to be as pithy as possible.
Yeah, didn't think you're going to call on me on that one. But yeah, they are a tool of, economic warcraft. As I've said earlier, there is a tension. A lot of ministers I speak to around the world, particularly in emerging markets, the question is not just on digital assets, but it's on AI, right? I wrote a piece called AI Dollar 6 months ago that basically says, OpenAI is doing diplomacy for the US government around the world because, governments are using OpenAI. And that's really, a lot of governments, unlike Saudi, for example, Saudi has taken a different position to build their own and really push on AI tremendously. But a lot of other countries are just allowing, right, for basically when you use somebody else's AI, you don't build your own LLMs, you're not importing your own culture, right? Think about that. You're a generation of children that are coming online, right? They're being born and they're going to be so native to digital assets. They're probably going to look at us and say, what do you mean your agent is not connected to your bank account? We had this conversation earlier. So I think they are, absolutely, there are tools of an economic warcraft because you need to kind of decide in a country, will you create a stable coin to trade then your goods and services through that, right? Are you going to go with the US dollar? Are you going to go with BRICS, right? It is a question at the moment. So I think a lot of people are asking that, not just about the stable currencies, but also about AI too.
Yeah. We have just a few seconds left, but I do want to get sort of a last minute prediction from everyone. Zach, you first. What do you see in the next 5 years? How is this space going to look different?
I saw Stan Druckenmiller and Larry Fink the other day. I think Stan Druckenmiller said all payments will be done through stablecoins by 2030. Larry Fink, has a prediction that all assets will be tokenized, in the not so distant future. I don't think they're too far off. This is just of an improved system to what currently exists. So,
Brad, in one word.
People overestimate what happens in 5 years and underestimate what happens in 10 years. I'll subscribe. The stablecoin payment wave is happening, and it's going to happen fast.
Maya, one word.
I agree with Brad.
Okay. We're going to have to leave it there. Thank you so much. Really fantastic. I think to hear your thoughts on this.
Thank you, Lydia. Thanks to your panel as well. Okay, we're going to break for lunch right now. We'd like everybody back here at 1:10 when we resume with the PIF Global Asset Management Forum. Lunch is served on the second floor of the FINA Forum. If that is at full capacity, please head over to the FINA Hotel. Lunch will be served there on the ground floor. We will see you back in just a little bit. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you all enjoyed lunch. We begin now with the PIF Global Asset Management Forum, a discussion on global managers, Saudi capital markets, and the next chapter of investment partnerships. So please welcome to the stage our moderator, Dina Di Lorenzo.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good afternoon and welcome. On behalf of Guggenheim Investments, I want to extend my sincere gratitude to the Public Investment Fund for the opportunity to convene this distinguished panel. Saudi Arabia has been very successful in building the foundation of a domestic asset management ecosystem. As Saudi Arabia's financial sector is entering a new phase of global integration, international asset managers are deepening their presence in the kingdom. We are here to discuss the meaningful progress made and to explore what the next phase of collaboration can deliver. First, allow me to introduce Mr. Yazid Al-Humaid.
Thank you.
Deputy Governor and Head of MENA Investment Division at PIF. Deputy Governor Yazid oversees approximately 80% of assets under management and serves as one of the most senior decision makers guiding the kingdom's investment strategy. We are grateful for your leadership in joining us today.
Thank you, Dina. Thank you.
I am also joined by Brian Higgins, founder and managing partner of King Street Capital Management, as well as Dr. Michael Hunstad, president of asset management at Northern Trust. Thank you all for joining us today. Okay, so without further delay, I will present my first question to Deputy Governor. As global asset managers establish a presence in Saudi Arabia, what concrete capabilities are these partnerships building within the Saudi asset management ecosystem beyond capital flows?
Well, thank you, Dina. Thank you, everyone, for attending and being part of this side kind of discussion on the assets management business in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And we would like to thank also our colleague from the FII Institute to give us the opportunity to basically to showcase how the developments on the assets management business in the Saudi Arabia in the past 5 years or so. So we established this kind of a side events within the FII Institutes to demonstrate the development on the assets management business. And I think we are at the PIF taking kind of a very critical role in developing the industry of assets management. Because back 10 years ago, it was not up to the bar where we wanted to be. And since we are having at the PIF a very big exposure to our capital markets, so we took the role in terms of bringing in the right expertise. And we anchored their strategies, whether they're traditional strategies or with the new strategies, and bring them in and having their team, their expertise in the kingdom, and to run their business in the kingdom. And it's paid off very well for us and also for our partners, whom many of them here and also joining us in the panel today. And this is, I believe, at the PIF is just the beginning. So we are, as we move, we are diversifying with more managers, with more strategies that we can bring in and basically adopt in the kingdom. And I think we are in a very unique situation in the kingdom. So because, as I said, before the baseline was not up to the bar where you have it like in New York, in Tokyo, in London. So we are bringing in these expertise with the local expertise to bring in the right platform, the right people, the right talents, and also the right systems in place. This is not to undermine the local player, because currently, I think most of our assets, it's being managed by local players. As you know, everyone is trying to be up to that race. So I think it's working very well as a strategy for PIF. This is one of our initiatives, and we'll continue to do so. We have the right development program in the kingdom, and one of the important things that we are doing is basically most of these strategies, we are anchoring these strategies. So we are bringing, and we are on board international assets managers. And I'm happy that since last year, actually we onboarded, not the PIF, I mean in the kingdom, we've seen 6 assets managers. They just get a full-fledged license. And they are raising money, they are deploying money in the region, mainly in the kingdom. And we are supporting that, and we will continue to support that. So I think, as I said, so we have, in total, we have 12 full-fledged assets managers. They just started their operations and their regional headquarters in the kingdom. And I think we will see more and more. And most of them, they are coming from the US. So for us, I think it's a great opportunity to be here also in Miami and every year to have this discussion as we have it last year. And in terms of, I think the numbers, and just to give you, I think it's basically, we have almost a committed and a soft commitment based on a due diligence, which my colleague know the process of the due diligence that we are doing, is roughly around $20 billion that will be placed in private and public markets. And we have a very strong pipeline for that. And that will bring in a total investment roughly between $60 to $80 billion in either private or public markets. One of the things that also I would like to allude to, as we started, I think, and most of our partners who presented here today, and we've met early this morning or last night, I think, is how to adopt and deploy new strategies. Everyone know, your traditional strategy, but with the support of the regulators. I think what we can bring in is a sophisticated investors with different kind of new strategies. We are adopting, quant strategies and other strategies, and we are bringing the right skill sets to be working with us. On the other thing, I think just recently it's announced by the CMA is on the kind of public debt instruments funds, I think it's a game changer, where I think this will allow also the public participants to participate in these funds. So what I'm saying is, as all these global partners coming in, it's not just for PIF, and I think the market, the infrastructure, definitely will serve for others, not just solely for PIF, other pension funds, other institutional investors, and also the retailers.
Thank you for providing the audience with that update, and that's significant progress. And I love the fact that you're talking about how do you introduce the strategies into the mainstream, right? Maybe turning to Brian a little bit. Brian, maybe tell the audience, I know your firm is in private capital markets, right? How do you see the next steps to deepen that expertise of the Saudi Arabia's capital markets and position the kingdom as a global investment hub?
Maybe before Brian said, so I think, everyone, it's a hot topic, like, the private credit markets. But one thing to mention is, we are at the kingdom, we are significantly underserved when it comes to a private credit in terms of the size of the market. And we're seeing a huge global demand into a private credit that we are seeing, like, King Street and others basically coming to this markets. And also the regulator is very much supporting us in terms of building that market. So, sorry.
By the way, thank you. I never heard of private credit. We think of alternative credit. So that's sort of the dirty word. It's important to note how much progress the region has made, in particular Saudi Arabia. The kingdom has been very advanced with the PIF and CMA, MISA, Sama, Minister of Finance, all leading the way, taking best practices from around the world to make sure there's a fertile and an appropriate environment to invest in. Investors look for certainty, they look for familiarity, they look for liquidity. Now you have in the kingdom, you have the ability to pay, the willingness to pay, and you have these assets that are underserved in terms of the financing markets. And if you introduce these markets to the securities, foreign investors will follow. We are very honored to sign a partnership with the PIF to invest in alternative credit, to invest in these opportunities with the backing of the PIF, investing half of our funds in the kingdom, but also throughout the GCC. We have a proprietary pipeline in the billions already, even without the capital, to show and demonstrate the excitement that is surrounding this expansion of capital, which will foster even greater growth. And the FDI that comes into the region is so important to expand the opportunities and expand the current growth mindset. It really is a diversified, not just in the energy, but also non-energy opportunities. So we're excited about the depth and breadth of opportunities, the fertile environment that will attract these players. Many asset managers starting to locate in the region, but more specifically in Saudi Arabia, taking advantage of the partnerships that are available. And the PIF is being a true leader, leading with their capital, leading with their partnerships, their expertise, and to really feel like you're getting a leg up to partner with the government, not left on your own to navigate an uncertain world, because they're having so much more certainty given the framework that they've set up, and they want to be consultative. We spend a lot of time with the CMA and getting our license. We're opening our office in Riyadh, and we're excited to do that. The knowledge transfer, the partnerships that exist and will continue to build on, I think are the bedrock of these markets, which will position the kingdom as a great leader. Now, people don't understand how many decades of manufacturing and other industries that the kingdom has had, but it's unknown. There's so many great things about the kingdom which are unknown in terms of the low NPLs as it compares to other developed markets. So we're quite excited about the opportunity.
Great, thank you. Michael, your turn. As Saudi capital markets continue to expand, how do you see equity market strategies evolving and providing opportunity for global investors?
Yeah. First off, thank you for the invitation, and thank you to PIF for a great partnership. When we think about the Saudi markets, we're very encouraged by, it was mentioned, the CMA is evaluating the qualified foreign investor framework. I think that has a ton of potential. We're one of the largest public equity, Saudi public equity holders in the world, as being one of the largest passive managers. We love the idea of reevaluating ownership caps on Saudi equities. I think it's going to give a lot more liquidity into the public market space. That is encouraging from a flow perspective, from a price discovery perspective, but it also, in the meantime, leaves a lot of latitude for strategies that are more systematic to really capitalize on all the great things that are going on in Saudi Arabia right now and be more specific about security selection. So we have quantitative strategies that utilize alternative data sets, AI, to evaluate, what are the best firms in any country, but Saudi is a very potent dimension of our models to say, hey, there's a lot going on in tech and AI in Saudi. There's a lot going on in non-oil related industries in Saudi, in tourism in Saudi, in real estate in Saudi. How do we take advantage of all the data that we have, all the AI tools that we have from a security selection approach? And it, as I said, becomes a very potent systematic strategy for outperforming that passive benchmark. So encouraged for the liquidity that's going to potentially be injected through these ownership cap reevaluation, but also we can play a big role in the price discovery process to say there's a lot of latitude for us to outperform cap-weighted benchmarks because of the framework of the Saudi equity markets.
That's great. It's not what we discussed when we prepped for the panel, but I'd love to ask the two of you, as since we're in the asset management business, now that you're kind of settling in and you're in the region and you're part of the partnership, what type of products are you thinking about? What as it relates to, you mentioned transfer knowledge, you're talking about quant strategies. I mean, now that you're sort of like, incubated quite a bit, what are you thinking from an asset management standpoint? What makes sense? You can go first, Brian.
Yeah, so we're a credit manager, real estate as well, structured credit. I think it's around that product suite. And I think it's important to note that as these markets evolve, more entrants come in, it gives that depth and breadth of liquidity that enables you to really to segment the risk profile so that different investors are served. You can have a very deep senior tranche, for example, for many bankers, secured lenders. I think the kingdom and the region would benefit from longer duration assets. You're securitizing more of the airports, of the ports, of the pipelines, energy utility assets. There's many different structures in partnership with the banks as you can de-risk and allow them to have higher ROE on the originate distribute model. So it really runs the gamut in the credit markets. But if you think about every single aspect, whether it's housing for mortgage securitization or you go into hotels, you look at REITs, the asset-backed structures, there's a number. So you can go on and on. I think the life insurance industry would benefit from some long-duration investment product and being able to, again, have that two-way market. So if you think about Sama, for example, they would benefit from that two-way liquidity to have hedgers as well as investors. The people in the kingdom and the region are starved for investment product. And there's really very simply, and I know there's equities, et cetera, but less liquid equities, but they really have deposits or they have real estate. And what that does is it makes real estate less affordable than it otherwise should be. And the banks don't want to give it up because they have these cheap deposits. So then it's how do you do that? Well, you bring in FDI and you bring these other attractive investments that are more customized, bespoke, that look a lot like the other developed markets, and enables the kingdom and the region to very quickly present a destination, which is sorely lacking for international investors to have that allocation. You have a first world economy and really a developing capital markets. That needs to true up.
Great.
So on the public market side, it becomes very important that we're a global firm, but becomes very important that we are located physically and mentally, if you will, within the kingdom. We have had a presence in the kingdom for more than 30 years, primarily at our custody or asset servicing side. But as we take on more portfolio management functions within the kingdom, take on more higher stake in the public markets within the kingdom, having that Sunday operation, having direct trading capabilities with local brokers becomes much, much more important because we need to help foster the liquidity profile of the kingdom. We will be a major player in that as well. So to the extent that we have local presence from a portfolio management, a trading activity, but also research. Again, there's great security selection in the public markets within the Saudi space. Having people on the ground that understand how the market works is going to be really, really critical for us. So our agenda of building out our business is squarely on how do we get more liquidity, but then in the course of that, how do we take advantage of those alpha opportunities that are very prevalent within the markets right now?
Great, thanks. As we wrap up, we don't have that much more time, but I'd like to end with last question with the governor. Governor, how do you see PIF taking steps to ensure, lasting resilience, innovation, and competitiveness in the decades to come? I mean, is there anything right now that you isn't present that you'd like to see happen in the near future and
Sure.
foster innovation?
Sure. Maybe simply, yes, I think, yes, definitely we'll continue to look into, different innovative idea from our global partners and also our local partners. But the good thing is, as we, most of the time we provide feedback to the regulator, we are seeing the regulatory framework as a step ahead of us in terms of all these different strategies. So when we have any new strategy where we're working together with our partners, we see the legal, it's been established, the legal framework. Perhaps there has to be some minor tweaks here and there, but it's working. And also the good thing is the exchange is helping a lot. So the platform and the exchange is very much adaptive. So I think what we need to work now hard is to put our brains together into more innovative and different ideas in terms of, because we, as I said, we have the right setup, we have the right, I would say, the right pipeline within our private assets. And I think we have the right system and the right legal framework when it's come to the right setup. Maybe I'll just, something that I would like also in the future, and it would encourage all the people that they are not familiar with the process, is basically to access our the PIF gateway for assets managers. It's basically, it will guide you throughout all the process, even before you go to the licensing process from the regulator. So, because it will give you, it's definitely will take you throughout the process of our technical due diligence, of our legal due diligence, and our operating due diligence. And this is very important, because what we want to see from our partners that they are coming, working with us, with the PIF, is we need to have the right operating backbone, because it's not just kind of you have your system and just plug and play. No, I think it's more than that. As Michael said, no, you need to have the right people that they're running these systems, because without them, I don't think that it's working. And we've seen that, and I mean, we've worked with some of our partners, but down the road, I think, some flags as it's been raised from our technical team here and there, and we have a very direct feedback to our partners. Either sometimes it's been fixed, but sometimes we need to work more harder on fixing that. So, and the second thing is, again and again, and repeating that again, to have the right talent in place in Saudi, because I think, to me, and we've realized this over the time, it's very difficult for an assets manager to work offshore on managing assets in the kingdom as elsewhere.
Great.
So I think those are very important.
That's excellent. Well, I'm getting the buzz in the ear that we have to wrap it up, unfortunately. Thank you to my panelists. This was extraordinary, and congratulations on all the success so far. And I look forward to hearing more about the developments. And hopefully Guggenheim Investments will be on the other side of this chair next time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dina. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Dina. We're going to actually continue our conversation with Michael Novogratz, who's about to come out, on building infrastructure for the future as it pertains to the crypto economy. So we'll get started. Please welcome Michael Novogratz. Thank you, Michael. So just in terms of getting ready for the future of financial services and the future of the global economy, what does it actually look like to integrate crypto infrastructure with traditional banking?
Well, sure. Well, first, thanks for having me. I've been coming to these things for a long time, and am impressed that every year they grow. I started talking about crypto 2015, 2016, and a lot of the story was the promise of this new way of doing business, this decentralized way where blockchains allowed private property on the internet for the first time. And so the real innovation of crypto is that you could have private property on the internet for the first time, and that would allow you to transfer value. And Bitcoin becoming the first asset, really, in the crypto ecosystem, which was originally a decentralized money, but became decentralized gold. And back then, we started with all these new blockchains, Ethereum and Solana, with the idea that we were going to build this base layer of infrastructure. A blockchain is a database. That's really what it is. Think about a big Microsoft Excel spreadsheet. And you're going to have this spreadsheet that was immutable, means it couldn't be changed, and that it was shared, not one person owned it. And that really would allow for this kind of radical transformation, because you'd have instant settlement, you'd have privacy where needed, and you'd have access to people that never had access. You could go from needing an account at a bank or a brokerage account to just having your phone and having a crypto wallet. And so fast forward to where we are now, we're at that moment, right? Crypto is not one thing, right? You still have Bitcoin as digital gold, a place for people to store wealth because they're worried about central banks printing too much money. But then you have this other part of the world. And it was really only last year where blockchains were fast enough, trusted enough, and that we started to get a regulatory framework that allowed people to want to build. And since then, we've seen every major bank. Bank of New York was talking about it yesterday. I was just visiting UBS. You name them, all getting involved and saying, hey, I need to be ready for this future. What does the future look like? We are going to go from a future where you have bank accounts to where you have wallets, right? We are going to tokenize real-world assets. And it's not that important here in the United States, right? It's funny for a crypto guy to be saying it's not that important. Well, we have amazing financial services, right? You can go online and you can buy any stock you want in 15 different, platforms. You've got Venmo and Apple Pay and great payment systems. And so, but in the rest of the world, for the 5 billion people that don't have access to great financial services, it's amazingly important. And you're seeing stunning growth. And so the second big app in crypto was stablecoins, right? There's a duopoly out there right now between Circle and Tether. Tether much bigger overseas and Circle bigger here in the US. But every major payment company is working their own stablecoin. And you're going to get instant settlement, which saves people tons of money. And you're going to get access. Right on the heels of that, you're going to get tokenized assets. So people who say, oh, we're going to tokenize this floor of a building. No, not really. But you're going to tokenize the great brands of America and the great brands of the world. So you're going to have SpaceX or Galaxy stock or Apple stock trading in the kid in Nigeria.
That's where I'm from.
Or Burkina Faso or Paraguay is going to be able to take some of his savings and put it in those stocks. And so we're right at that brink where this is all starting to accelerate.
I love what you said about the financial services and the financial infrastructure in the US is already strong. But obviously, when it comes to relying on wallets as opposed to bank accounts, it really does help the global economy as a whole, especially the global South. But specifically in the US, you touched on this in your previous answer, but what will look different in the US 20 years from now if crypto infrastructure is as strong as it needs to be?
Listen, so there's a bill in Congress right now called the Market Structure Bill. And I hope it passes. I think it will pass. There's a grand fight, not between the Republicans and the Democrats. Republicans want it to pass because, believe it or not, crypto was the single largest industry that contributed to Trump's election. Number one, banks were number two. Democrats wanted to pass because they turned the 90 million crypto users against them. I used to say it's like being against dogs. There were more people that owned crypto than owned dogs in America. And so Democrats learned their lesson. They want to pass this bill just so the issue goes away. And so both sides want to pass the bill. The banks don't. The banks see stablecoins that pay as a big threat, right? If you look at your JP Morgan account or your Wells Fargo account, they pay broadly 0 on your savings and 0 on your checking, right? The Fed funds rate is 3.5%, 3.75%, and so a stablecoin could pay that. And so for the consumer, stablecoins are a much better product. I'm hoping a compromise happens. Assuming it does, you're going to see a real acceleration in traditional TradeFi, banks and asset managers in the United States adopting this. And so in the future, you're going to have same-day settlement, right? Right now, we have T+2 or T+1, depending on the security. That liberates capital, right? You don't have to hold your capital there waiting to settlement. It's instant settlement, and it eliminates a tremendous amount of settlement risk. You're going to have more access, right? We're going to tokenize things like private investments. I was lucky enough to put some money in SpaceX in 2013 and then kind of got stuck because it was a private fund. I would tell you that any single person I spoke to back then, if I had said, hey, Elon's already crushed it with Tesla, he's going to have a monopoly in space, you should put a little money into SpaceX, they all would have said, of course, right? And so it was a small group of people that were lucky enough to have that access, right? That's going to be democratized. You're going to take privates at early stages and tokenize them and give everyone equal access. And so you're going to slowly see that we call it the democratization of finance, but it really is equal access. And you're going to see a rise of neobanks, right? The legacy financial institutions are thick with compliance and operations and antiquated risk systems and antiquated systems. And these new companies that are being built are so much thinner. And so, I mean, all around the world, you're seeing these companies, Nubank in Brazil exploding out of nowhere. And so I think there's going to be a monster competition for our legacy banking system from these new institutions.
And when it comes to these new institutions, what is the regulatory environment? I mean, obviously you talked about the bill in Congress, but what does the regulatory environment look like for a lot of these new institutions? You mentioned they're thinner, they're not weighed down like the legacy banks are.
Listen, Donald Trump campaigned on saying he's going to make the United States the crypto capital of the world. And his administration is trying really hard to do that. The SEC went from being a punitive, no, you're going to go to jail administration. And Gary Gensler was a partner of mine at Goldman Sachs. I know the guy. Let me tell you, I got no preferential treatment. They were horrible to crypto. And now we've got Paul Atkins, who is saying, I want to put all markets on chain. For a crypto guy, that is the most radical statement I have heard in finance in my career. Because once you put things on chain, they explode. And so there's a lot of debate still around how tight our KYC and AML rules need to be on chain, right? Because once you're on chains, it's decentralized. You don't know who's actually trading on the other side often. And so we get very worried that it could be North Korea or Russia or bad actors. And there's plenty of ways to protect against that. But that's a big leap of faith that this administration took. And so the markets are poised to explode. We got to get through this last piece of legislation. But again, it's not just the SEC, but the CFTC and the banking side, all really pro-crypto.
When it comes to the actual infrastructure and the financial rails of the future, that's going to enable crypto to really work and be fully integrated into the banking system, who's going to own the financial rails? Who's going to own the infrastructure?
That's a $64,000 question, right? Will this stuff be built on blockchains that are public, blockchains like Ethereum or Solana? Or will there be private blockchains that are consortiums of banks? The idea of a blockchain is often privacy, right? And we've learned that people care about privacy, but not as much as we thought they would. They care about efficiency, right? The biggest payment network in the world now is Tether, which is a dollar-backed stablecoin, right? It's UST, and it transacts over the Tron blockchain. Well, the Tron blockchain isn't really decentralized. It's mostly owned by one Chinese gentleman, Justin Sun. It makes a ton of money. It's really cheap and really fast, and so people are willing to use it overseas. So what we've learned is for small, transactions, people don't care about how decentralized it is as long as it works. Governments are going to care about it at one point because you want to make sure you know who's controlling. You'd rather have no one controlling the infrastructure than one person controlling the infrastructure. And so I do think we will move to public blockchains where everything is built on top of, but that's still a debate.
If you think about the various phases of the adoption or really the acceptance of cryptocurrency, first phase, let's say, all about speculation with the arrival of Bitcoin. Second phase, let's say we're in now, this idea of infrastructure and the importance of it. What will be the next phase, do you think?
Well, listen, if you think about crypto, it was this story, right? I'm a storyteller, and I was part of telling the story about why this was going to be so important. But what made crypto work was really an innovation that came from an American guy named Arthur Hayes and a company called BitMEX, and then copied and exploded all around Asia with companies like Binance and Bybit and OKX, these giant exchanges that provided tons of leverage for people to gamble, to speculate on these tokens. Because we had crappy regulation, the tokens didn't represent a lot other than like an association. I mean, in some ways, they were very meme coiny, right? If you bought the Binance token, you didn't get your share of Binance's profits, you just got the Binance token. But because we had COVID, because there was lots of liquidity, and because people don't trust governments that well, right? If you look at trust in the world, since 2009, when crypto started with Satoshi's white paper, it's gone straight downhill. And you can look at any measurement of trust, how we trust our governments, how governments trust each other. You look, we've got a war in Iran, we've got a war in the Ukraine. Like, there's a breakdown of trust in the world. And crypto was meant to be part of that solution. And so that story was so powerful, it created this unbelievable casino to gamble in. Well, now there are a lot of other casinos. There's same-day options, there's sports betting. I don't think these are good for society, but they're everywhere. And so crypto needs the next chapter. It needs to actually do something other than be a speculative asset. And that's this transition we're in. And it doesn't mean those token prices will go up. Some will, some won't. It means that tokens are going to have to be created more like a token called Hyperliquid, where if it does well and you own the token, you get some of those profits. So it feels more like an equity. And so we're in this transition where we're going to need better tokens, and we're starting to get some. And we're going to sell non-crypto assets. We're going to sell stocks and bonds, what they call them real-world assets. And so it's going to go from, I'm a crypto guy, to, hey, this is just the infrastructure that everybody uses. And that's a 15-year process. It's not a 2-year process.
Right. All right, thank you so much. Can we have a round of applause for Michael Novogratz? Thank you. Thank you.
So up next, everybody, is Sir Martin Sorrell with a deep dive into AI investment. We all know the broad story, huge capital and huge expectations, but we still don't know if the payout shows up and who's actually going to be somebody who benefits the most. Will the big winners in all of this ultimately be the businesses that are able to leverage AI technology for massive transformation? Heretofore, the market has always rewarded exposure. Now, it's about execution and who can translate the opportunity in technology into a lasting advantage. This panel brings together a mix of investors and operators and technologists and researchers. Please join me in welcoming Sir Martin Sorrell and his panel.
You have a handheld for him? So I'm here? Okay. Okay, we have a star-studded quartet. And as this is about AI, I sort of consulted Gemini. I have a predilection to Alphabet and Google. And the four people on this panel, actually it's very interesting. Dr. Chan is called the academic architect, according to Gemini. Marcelo, you are the operational transformer. You happy with that? Dina, you are the asset guardian. And Hani, if he had been here, would have been the capital catalyst. But Jack Hidary is subbing for him, and he is the frontier visionary. Are we happy with those descriptions? Not bad.
I'll take it.
AI. Now,
I've been called worse.
I work in the advertising business, and AI and ROI from AI is a really important subject. And I would say the following. I think about 60% of CEOs think that ROI should be, or AI should be returning significant ROI, and only about 20% of them currently are finding that to be the case. And if I look at our industry, which is a mid-sized industry, it's about $1.2 trillion of ad spending this year. The interesting thing is consumers have started to interact with AI and LLMs at a far faster pace than companies. And the only verticals that we, and this may be a function of us or our company rather than a generalization, but the only verticals that have really started to adopt AI at scale are two. The first is autos, and the second is financial services. And in the case of autos, and in both cases, the reason is there's an existential threat. In the case of autos, it's Chinese EVs and AVs. And in the case of financial services, it's the fintech platforms. We're starting to see a little bit with packaged goods. And that's because the pricing that packaged goods can get has been diminished post-COVID. They can't get the pricing they've had, despite the fact that supply chain discontinuities, commodity prices increasing, tariffs, etc. So they're starting to adopt it. But the question really and we'll start off with you, Tony, if we may, is where is the AI ROI? And is it, as I've just described, only in response to existential threats? And one thing I should just add before you respond. There's a lot of positivity in this room this morning around what may or may not be going on in the Middle East and elsewhere. And it's not just the Middle East, it's US, China, it's Russia as well. Those are the three big geopolitical issues. One of the things that may happen as a result of this war going on in the Middle East at the minute is that the economy will come under pressure, that we'll see GDP forecasts fall, which we've really started to see. Goldman have taken down their US GDP forecast. Inflation is rising. It's much more stubborn than people think. And interest rates certainly are not falling at the rate we thought at the beginning of this year. And maybe we won't see any cuts from the major central banks this year or late into the year. In that environment, AI may be adopted faster. So the existential issue may be more generally absorbed or apparent as a result of the sad events that are going on at the moment. But having put that Tony, do you want to sound off?
It's a tall order.
Because you see things a little bit differently than most.
Well, we'll see. First of all, as you said, I'm an academic. I'm not in the financial business, although I do invest a little bit in AI myself. I do, through my mutual funds and so on. So I pay attention. So I don't want to lose money. So I hope the ROI is good financially. But my view is this. ROI is not just about money. I'm reminded Future Investment Initiative. It's not financial investment initiative. It's future. So we have lots of investment in the past, the superhighway, the internet. So the return on investment is actually for society in general. Hopefully a lot of people make a lot of money. That's good. It's extra incentive. So coming from my perspective, so the little I know about the industry is that the investment is so huge. I mean, it's in the trillions. So I think the concern from some people is, how can we ever get enough revenue or profit to repay that? Now, I'm not, you guys, the people on my left are probably more attuned to that, and especially you were invested in. That's number one. Second is, can the current AI system to which a lot of money are invested in, can it deliver what the expectation is on them? Can it deliver AGI? Okay, maybe that's already factored in. I am of the school that I don't think it will be around the corner. I know that many people will say it's just tomorrow. Okay, so those are two other factors. But I think the other return on investment that I think is just as valuable is human capital. So that ties into where I know something about, educating young people. In fact, AI is a young person business. If you look at these $100 million packages that people are getting, they are all under 30 years old. It's amazing. So my son is older than that. So I would tell him that you should get into this business. But I think that's the future. The other one is industry is leading academia. If you look at all the resources, the pay packages. So I think if we are not careful, we may sort of take off our seed coin. Where are the young people going to come? In fact, there are people saying you don't need to go to university. You don't need to go to college. I don't agree with that. I'll tell you one example. When I was starting out, I'm a computer science PhD, okay? So at that time, the people in computer science said, we don't need to know any math, the traditional math, statistics, because these are the old school. Today, that's the basic ingredient that enables this. Who would know that LLM is based on statistic and probabilistic approach? People are talking about gradient. I don't know how many of you know. You know the general sense. Gradient is a calculus term. So computer science students my era do not have to learn about gradient. They don't have to know calculus. Okay? So that tells you a little bit. So my advice to young people is you don't go into a field like computer science because of programming and you get a job. Because now especially AI can code better than us. Right? So you should go in there to be AI competent, knowledgeable. And you should also be, hopefully you're good, you look for the future. You look for what the next wave is. I don't believe the current approach is the be-all, end-all approach to AI. I mean, yesterday I was at this session.
So you're stressing the human approach. Marcelo, now thinking about T-Mobile, Shein, Sprint, Brightstar, your origins, where do you see the ROI coming from AI?
Great. So let me start by saying that I think of AI as a horizontal layer that is basically going to disrupt absolutely everything, right? Every company, every job, every function. I think for most companies, it can be an amazing exponential opportunity, but I think for most can also be potential existential crisis. I'm in the business of buying companies, applying AI, and making this significantly better, right? We started our journey with T-Mobile, right? T-Mobile is potentially one of the most advanced AI interventions ever. We have been able to reduce 75% of the calls that are coming to us. When you're processing 400 million calls at a cost of $10 to $12 a call, you can figure out the numbers. We've been very public that we believe that AI can increase our profit to the tune of $10 billion in the next few years. And this is an example of how AI intervention should be done. You choose very few use cases. You choose where technology is very mature. In this case, it's customer service. And you set up a team that's capable of executing. And with that, you're going to generate the results. And there's real ROI in terms of doing that. The latest thing I did is I bought the largest for-profit university in the UK, 48,000 students, pre-AI, thousands of recruiters, physical recruiters finding students, 4 to 6 weeks to get an application done, process, 4 weeks to get an interview, and then good education, and then you let people go into the job market. Fast forward with AI agent recruiting, less than a day to process all paperwork, an AI agent doing the interview in less than 5 minutes, personalized education, connected to the job market, you're graduating people. So the ROI to me, to finish, is in the established incumbents. If you just look at numbers, it is expected about $6 to $8 trillion of additional P&L impact. Multiply that as trading multiples of whatever, 8 times, 10 times. The value is going to sit on established incumbents that are going to have the ability to apply AI to their business, to increase sales, reduce cost, and build new business models. It is more than your traditional, applications.
Okay, let me push a little bit on that. what we see is people at the top of companies saying a lot of the things that you just said. I'm not saying it happens in the case of Shein or T-Mobile or whatever, but saying that. But, you know, turkeys don't vote for Christmas. And the fundamental issue is this is not about the technology, because the technology is improving at light speed. It's not about workflow management. That's one of the things that we focus on simplifying the workflow, which you have to do before you put the technology on top of it. It is about change management. And the ability of large, complex, bureaucratic companies to implement AI at scale is hindered unless there is that external pressure that I referred to. Yeah. I mean, take T-Mobile as an example. That's a very competitive landscape, and there is some pressure, competitive pressure from AT&T, Verizon, whatever, to get it done in the US market. But would you agree with that it's difficult to do it in complex bureaucratic companies or not?
It all starts with leadership. Everything starts with leadership. And it starts with having the right leader who had made the decision that's going to implement AI in their business. It's all about selecting few use cases that you can time directly to a P&L. What I like about my business, forget T-Mobile. T-Mobile, I'm the largest independent shareholder. It's a huge public company, the world's most valuable telecommunications company. I sit in the board. I'm an activist. I push them. But when I buy a company today, we like to do control buyouts. We like to own the company because you bring your own management to execute those transformations. What people sometimes say, you know, it's hard to deploy this technology, and it is very hard. And whenever you do one of these interventions, you do a lot of different things. First is you need to have a great CEO or a great business expert that's going to believe in this. Secondly, you need to have a traditional CIO who's going to have the ability to make this company AI ready. You got to fix the digital foundation of a company. Third, you have the famous FDEs or forward deployed engineers who are the ones that are going to build the custom solutions. But fourth, and more importantly, this is blocking and tackling. This is your transformation office. This is going initiative by initiative. So anytime you're going to do a large scale or mid-scale AI implementation, you know, it takes a lot of work. It takes leadership, it takes a playbook, and it takes a team that can execute.
Okay. Dina, you manage, what is it, 350 billion? Oh, I got that right?
357.
Okay, 357. And rising.
That's right.
Okay, so how do you measure ROI on a sector as sensitive, for example, as fixed income? Are you seeing more return from AI-driven alpha, better trades, or from invisible infrastructure that automates the back office? Where do you see it?
So at Guggenheim Investments, we're a fixed income and alternatives manager, and we approached AI very purposefully. And it was a very collaborative thought process that is generously supported by senior leadership, promoted, and we're actively involved. So I agree with my fellow panelists that it's change, transformation, and leadership sponsorship, and it's human capital. Because without those two, it doesn't work. It also needs to be thought out very clearly before you start taking action. And we were very, I would say, careful about where we started and where we wanted to end, which we decided we would never end. It is going to constantly be an evolution because the markets that we are in are constantly changing. I am proud to say that with the support of my team and the resources that we brought on board and the preemptive thinking that we had, we've already started to see ROI at Guggenheim Investments with the AI that we have implemented. We were careful to upgrade our network. We were careful to create a data governance model for structured and unstructured data. We were careful to bring in new talent that will continue to maintain the data that we need in order for the outputs of the AI tools and use cases that we're already deploying to be useful and reliant. We've already embedded education, and we've already embedded all of that change management, because one of our most important assets are our people. And giving our people who, are part of our community at Guggenheim that power to amplify their skill sets and not replace them is the critical first step.
So just let me come back on one of the things that Marcelo mentioned. He mentioned the importance, for example, of the COI. I was sitting with somebody at one of the leading cloud, it was AWS actually, and we were talking about sending out surveys on getting clients to tell us what their create costs were in relation to their media costs. I mean, there's a general rule of thumb that create costs should not be more than 10%. We were discussing it. And then we discussed who should we send the survey to get most traction inside any company. Should we send it to the CMO? And we said no. Should we send it to the CIO? We said probably not. Should we send it to the CFO? And we said that's where we think we should send it. Do you agree with that?
I totally disagree with that.
Okay.
We're fortunate that our firm is not ginormous. We're 1,000 people on the Guggenheim investment side. We operate on a team-based approach. So the priorities of Guggenheim Investments, investment professionals, starting with the CIO, is critical, right? What is important to the investment process? Starting with the head of distribution, what is important to the wholesalers and those people who are out in the field raising assets? What are the things that they struggle with in order to meet their performance targets and drive success at Guggenheim? Listening to all of that feedback allowed the organization and the team to collectively decide that it was important for Guggenheim to not outsource our development of AI. We wanted to keep our secret sauce. We just wanted to build the tools that will allow us to amplify what we've been really good at for the last 25 years. And so we set our priorities, and once we set out our priorities and shared that with the head of distribution, the CIO, the CFO, the head of client services, the head of operations, me as president, it became abundantly clear that a lot of the use cases that we were very dead set on putting in place within 1 year had a tremendous amount of linkage and common denominator, and we found tremendous efficiencies, and that's why we have that ROI.
Okay. Now, last but not least, Jack, you're the frontier visionary, and you've argued that LLMs have hit a ceiling, and the real ROI is in large quantitative models, what you call LQMs. So AI for physics and chemistry, and if a company is only using AI for chatbots and emails, are they fundamentally missing the $1 trillion ROI found in materials science and drug discovery?
So Martin, let's start with AI failure. One of the largest banks in the world announced that they did 400 experiments with LLMs across the bank. 90% failed, only 10% succeeded. We see those numbers validated in the studies by McKinsey, Accenture, and many others. But we also hear of great success stories. Marcelo just mentioned a few. How do we reconcile the failure that we see systematically across the economy, but also some successes? And the answer is there's really two kinds of ROI we need to go for with AI. The first bucket of ROI is productivity, efficiency, the kind of things that were just discussed by my co-panelists. You did something in 6 weeks, now you take a day. You did something with 5 people, now you do it with 1 person. And that's where large language models, particularly when it comes to documents, images, those kinds of processes, they can shine. But a bank, it turns out, is mainly quantitative in nature, not verbal in nature. There's a lot of documents, and they did very well with there, and that's the 10% success. But in the core risk management of the bank, the compliance people showed up, and said, whoa, 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 whoa. You're telling me you have something called an LLM that you put the prompt, same words, same prompt, in twice, once, then again, you get two different answers. No go. No go. We cannot have compliance on that kind of model. Instead of models that are trained on Reddit and Wikipedia and cat images, we need models trained on the real world. So the first bucket is efficiency, and we can definitely find great value in almost every sector of the economy with LLMs there. But when it comes to creating new product, when it comes to rolling out new innovation, that's where we need to go beyond the LLM. We need an AI that is trained on real-world data, not on stuff downloaded from the internet. And examples, you mentioned, of course, pharma and chemicals, materials, but it goes well beyond that. It goes to 85% of our GDP across the US, Canada, OECD, across the world, that is quantitative in nature, not semantic in nature. And yes, if you want to have a new medicine, do you think you want a chatbot to create the medicine for you? I'd rather not take that medicine. We do want an AI, though, that's trained on the output of thousands of experiments in the real world, trained on the equations of physics and chemistry. That is a large quantitative model, an LQM versus just an LLM. And here's my prediction, Sir Martin, for you this year. This year, 2026, we're going to see the alliance of LLMs to LQMs. Why? Because LLMs are great for human interface. We speak naturally to LLMs. That's one of the reasons why they're so viral. It's very natural for us to interact with the LLM. But when we ask the LLM a quantitative question, help me with this risk management issue in a financial services company, the LLM can now, starting this year, reach out to an LQM on the back end, get the answer, and then serve it up via the LLM to the user. This integration of LLM-LQM is what's going to happen this year, and I think it will change the face of ROI, because now instead of just the 10% of productivity, and again, wonderful productivity in code generation, in tasks and things like that, we're going to also attack the 85, 90% of product creation and innovation.
So just taking that, expanding on that for a second, where are we seeing the best development of LQMs? And we have two different systems, well, we have three systems. We have a US system, tends to be closed and more expensive. We have a Chinese system, which tends to be open and less expensive. And I guess we have a Middle Eastern, Saudi-driven alternative based on the energy supplies that we have in the Middle East. Who's going to develop the LQMs fastest?
Let me start with the GCC, because the GCC happens to be a set of economies that are very resource intense. They're physical AI based. The GCC is focused on energy, on resources, on building, on all kinds of materials, chemicals. If you look at not only Aramco, but also SABIC, which is the subsidiary of Aramco that turns the petroleum supply chain into useful products in the world. The products that 85% of everything that we have in this room, this rug, so on and so forth, has its origin in that supply chain. And so the GCC is particularly focused now on this integration of not only the LLMs, but also quantitative models that help it make better catalysts for crude oil, help it make better catalysts for the products that we all need. Pharmaceuticals. Bahrain recently announced that they're using software, LQMs, to make a new drug. How is a sovereign state now in the business of making new medicine? That is the power of where AI is going. We're taking it away from just traditional, say, drug makers and democratizing it to nation states now who want to be in that game of delivering medicine to their own people.
Tony,
so I think the GCC is an example.
Okay. So Tony, based on your experience in the kingdom, what's your response to Jack on that?
Yeah, I agree with Jack. I mean, obviously, the Middle East has a lot of energy, and they are determined to invest in the future. Okay, this is why FII exists. So I agree with Jack. I want to comment on this open source thing.
Yeah.
Because as I show you in the room, I have DeepSeek on my phone. I have Gemini and I have ChatGPT.
Right.
And I depend on what question I ask.
Which is best?
Well, they are all similar. But what I use them for is depend on the type of question. I ask one I trust, because you cannot trust any one of them. I think sometimes you get a lot of hallucination. I have personal experience with that. But I want to comment on open source, because open source could have an impact on ROI. You know, OpenAI is not open. Okay, maybe this will change the name. DeepSeek is open. Now, you know, Google search, when I use it, it's not open source, but it's free. So that affects the user experience. I think, in a way, if there's an alternative, unless you sell ads, which is what they do, that will have an impact on the financial return on investment, I would think.
Okay. Can I just jump on that one thing?
Yeah, I've got one final question, which for each of you to, we'll start with you, Jack. So in one sentence, you're only allowed one sentence. You can't make
that could be tough.
Multiple sentences into one sentence. What is the single metric that will define AI success this year? That's in the 2077 calendar year. Is it margin expansion, for example? Or is it time to market? Or is it employee retention? What do you think, Joe?
I would say that the single defining ROI statistic is going to be the division of resources input to output. It's going to be almost like what a Sharpe ratio is. If you think about Sharpe ratio, it's going to be the Sharpe ratio of AI.
Okay, 3 sentences then. Dina.
I think it's all three, depending on who you ask, right? I mean, if you're asking a CEO, he's going to say margin expansion. If you're talking to, you know, someone who's, you know, in charge of the cultural aspect of the organization, they're going to say retention, right?
The CEO.
Yeah.
As CEO, what's the
As CEO, for me, it's all three. I mean, I care about the client experience, and I care about making money for the firm, and I care about my people being happy. Okay. And I've achieved all three with what we've done in AI, just so you know.
All right. Marcelo?
I'll take a little longer just to give a little preamble. The last 2 years, the world has invested hundreds of billions of dollars in building AI, right? We invested in power, in data centers, we have invested in semiconductors, and we have invested in LLMs or applications.
660 billion by the hyperscalers.
One of the biggest investments in the history of mankind.
Yeah.
2026 will be defined by the application of AI to the enterprise. It is time to grab this incredible technology and actually put it to work to generate real benefits to mankind. Whether it's ROI, whether it's better healthcare, whether it's better education, I think 2026 and 2027 will be the years that mark where this technology comes to life and it actually creates effect on business and people.
Okay. Last word from...
I hope in the next year or two, there will be some conceptual breakthrough to how we approach intelligence. I think we should have a higher standard for the word intelligence beyond productivity and efficiency, which is very useful. So don't get me wrong. So I think the future is great. We should focus on the future. This is not the end of the story. That's my point.
No, I'm going to take moderator's view. So I just want to mention one thing at risk of 8 seconds to go. There was a guy called Hubert Joly who became CEO of Best Buy in Minneapolis, ex-McKinsey. And he walks into Best Buy, and it's to turn them from a bricks and mortar retailer to a digital retailer. So slightly different, but same thing. I'm getting time in here. And he comes in, and they keep on telling him when he gets into Minneapolis, it's about change management. And after 6 months, he realizes it is about change management, and he changes the management. I leave you with that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir Martin, thank you very much, and thanks to your panel as well. That's okay. In just a moment, we are going to welcome to this stage His Excellency Julius Maada Bio. He is the President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, and he will be delivering a keynote on Africa's demographic momentum and the policies and investments that could turn that nation into a long-term economic engine. His Excellency has served as the President of Sierra Leone since April of 2018. Sierra Leone has had a history of political upheaval and challenges in economic recovery, as many of you well know. President Bio has been focused consistently on education with free primary and secondary school education in his nation. Now, after his remarks, Richard will come back to do an interview with His Excellency to get a better understanding of the investment opportunities in Africa and to examine if Africa could be a good partner for the United States and Latin America. Thank you. Please join me in welcoming His Excellency Julius Maada Bio.
Thank you. Your Highnesses, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I bring you very warm greetings from the great people of Sierra Leone and West Africa as a whole. It is a great honor for me to be here today as the keynote speaker and distinguished guest of honor at this fourth edition of the FII Summit here in Miami. Allow me first to express my sincere appreciation to FII Institute, His Excellency Yasir Al-Ramayan, Richard Atias, and distinguished leaders supporting this great and important global forum. Through this initiative, ladies and gentlemen, you've created a space where investors, innovators, and policymakers come together, not only to discuss the future of the global economy, but also help to shape it. This is precisely what this summit represents. FII gatherings are not simply forums of conversation, normally called talk shops. They are actually places where partnerships are formed, where strategies are refined, and where capital begins to move towards opportunities of tomorrow. And today, that moment is accelerating. Ladies and gentlemen, we meet at a moment when the global economy is navigating an increasingly complex and shifting landscape. Conflicts in parts of the Middle East, ongoing war in Ukraine, instability in some parts of Africa, and all of this remind us that geopolitics continues to shape economic realities in a profound way. These developments are influencing how nations think about energy security, food systems, technology, supply chains, and long-term economic resilience. For decades, as we know, globalization was driven primarily by efficiency. The search for lower cost and fast production networks. Today, that calculus is changing. Resilience matters. Diversification matters. Strategic alignment matters. Across global markets, capital is being repositioned to respond to these shifts, which is why the theme for this summit, Capital in Motion, captures this so well. Capital today is moving across borders, across sectors, across technologies in search of stability, innovation, and long-term growth. And so, the central question before investors and policymakers today is simple. Where will capital move next? Ladies and gentlemen, one of the most powerful forces shaping this answer is the demographic change. Many parts of the world are experiencing aging populations and shrinking workforces. Africa presents a very different reality. By the middle of this century, 1 in 4 people on Earth will be an African. This demographic transition, when matched with the right investment, skills development, and economic policies, represents one of the most significant growth opportunities of the 21st century. But demographics alone do not determine destiny. Investment does. Today, Africa sits at the intersection of several structural transitions shaping the global economy. And one of the most important lies at the convergence of artificial intelligence, the global energy transition, and advanced technologies that will power the next generation of economic growth. These systems require vast digital infrastructure, reliable clean energy, and secure supplies of critical minerals such as lithium, cobalt, bauxite, and rare earth elements. Many of these are found in Africa. At the same time, the development and deployment of these technologies will depend on the dynamics and adaptable workforce. Africa's young and increasingly digitally connected population, therefore, presents not only a demographic shift, but a strategic advantage. A strategic advantage in a world where innovation, energy systems, and human capital are becoming deeply interconnected. For global investors, this convergence places Africa at the center of the most important economic transformations of our time. Ladies and gentlemen, for investors seeking where capital can deploy at scale, several opportunities are becoming increasingly clear. First, energy infrastructure that supports both industrial growth and global clean energy transition. Second is the digital connectivity and data infrastructure that power emerging technology ecosystems. Third, modern agriculture and food systems that are capable of feeding growing populations. Fourth, logistics and transport networks that connect regional markets and enable trade. And finally, the responsible development of critical minerals essential to global manufacturing and energy technologies. These are not theoretical opportunities. They are real investments that aim at long-term capital, technology, and partnerships that can unlock significant economic value. Increasingly, these platforms are being structured through partnerships that combine sovereign participation, development finance institutions, and private capital. When public policy, catalytic capital, and private investment work together, the result is scalable opportunities capable of attracting long-term institutional investors. Within West Africa, let me say, West Africa is emerging as one of the most strategic economic regions of the coming decades. Our region sits along major Atlantic maritime trade routes connecting the Americas, Europe, and also Africa. It possesses significant agricultural potential, growing urban markets, and important mineral resources. At the same time, regional integration through ECOWAS and the African Continental Free Trade Area is helping create larger and more connected markets where business and investors can operate at scale. For investors seeking diversification and long-term growth, West Africa is increasingly becoming a region of strategic importance. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to illustrate this opportunity through the experience of Sierra Leone, where I lead. When my administration took office, we placed human capital development at the center of our national development strategy. The truth is, sustainable economic progress always begins with people. We have therefore prioritized education, healthcare, skills development, and expanded opportunity for our young people. At the same time, we are expanding employment pathways through our youth employment scheme, one of Sierra Leone's big 5 game changers. Working with the private sector, we are creating opportunities for young people across agriculture, infrastructure, entrepreneurship, and skills-based industries. We are also investing in digital transformation, expanding broadband connectivity, and strengthening digital public services so that the young Sierra Leoneans can participate fully in the global digital economy. Another pillar of development agenda is the empowerment of women. Through the Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment Act of 2022, Sierra Leone strengthened legal frameworks to increase the participation of women in leadership, employment, and also access to finance. Agriculture also remains central to our economic transformation. Through our Feed Salon initiative, we are modernizing agriculture through technology, mechanization, and stronger value chains, strengthening food security while opening new opportunities for investment across the agricultural economy. At the same time, Sierra Leone is responsibly developing its mineral resources, strengthening infrastructure, expanding value addition in sectors such as bauxite, iron ore, rutile, and critical minerals. We are also strengthening our energy sector to support long-term economic growth. Our offshore basin remains one of the most promising underexplored petroleum frontiers along the West Africa Transform margin. As global demand for secure and diversified energy supplies evolve, Sierra Leone is working responsibly to develop its oil and gas potential in ways that support domestic power generation, industrial development, and regional energy security. For long-term investors, policy certainty matters as much as the opportunity. Sierra Leone is therefore strengthening the regulatory framework, improving the ease of doing business, and working closely with development finance institutions to ensure that investment platforms are transparent, predictable, and also globally competitive. Our objective is simple here: to create an enabling environment where responsible capital can deploy with confidence and grow in our economy. Because capital ultimately moves where institutions are strengthening, where policies are predictable, and where governments are committed to long-term transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, periods of global change are often create the most significant investment opportunities. As capital reallocates in response to geopolitical shifts, technological disruptions, and demographic transformation, new economic frontiers inevitably emerge, and Africa falls in that category. But I was not happy this morning when there was so much discussion about global economy and there was not even a mistake of mentioning Africa. Africa is increasingly one of those frontiers. For long-term institutional investors, the most attractive markets are those where structural growth, natural resources, and human capital converge. Africa represents one of the few regions in the world where all the three are aligned simultaneously. As global capital searches for stable, long-term duration opportunities in energy, infrastructure, food systems, and digital connectivity, Africa is emerging not simply as a frontier market, but as a strategic investment destination. The institutions and investors who partner with Africa today will help shape industries, supply chains, and growth platforms that define the global economy of tomorrow. Markets are rarely built by observers, so let's not be observers. They are actually built by early partners who recognize structural opportunity and help shape it. Across West Africa and Sierra Leone, the foundation for the next phase of growth are already being laid. Those who engage early will not only participate in that growth, they will help define it. As I close, Africa is seeking capital that is not seeking capital, that simply moves through our economies. We are seeking partners who build with us industries, infrastructure, opportunity, and create lasting prosperity. The opportunities are rare. The potential is enormous. And the moment, ladies and gentlemen, is now. So my message to global investors gathered here today is simple. Look at Africa with a new lens, if not with a pair of fresh eyes. See it not as a collection of risk, but as a continent of opportunity. Let's build it together. Partnership will endure. Because when capital moves with societies rather than simply through them, it creates lasting value for investors, for communities, and the global economy. And as capital continues to move across the world in search of future, let me leave you with this thought. Africa is not waiting for the future. Africa is actually building that future. And therefore, we invite you to be part of this construction. Thank you. Thank you. On the other side.
Thank you, Mr. President, for this inspiring speech, and thank you for taking the time to accept few questions. We'll do a very short exercise.
Thank you.
I know, as a former general, that you go straight to the point. So thank you for accepting these questions. Africa population boom. Opportunity or taking risk?
It's both, but more of an opportunity. Risk if we do not invest in that population, and great opportunity for the world and Africa if we invest in skills development and make sure that they can help the global community as most of the West is experiencing aging population. So Africa, being a young and fast-growing population, provides the greatest opportunity of our time, especially when most of the West and many other parts of the world are aging.
What will turn Africa's demographics into real economic power, in your opinion, Mr. President?
I've touched on that already. It's investment. We have to make sure that these young people are empowered with the knowledge of today. Fit for purpose education that we align with what we need today. AI, technology, entrepreneurship. These are the things that we need to be able to move to the next. And so for me, the most important investment in these people should be education, making sure that what I have called human capital development is a combination of education, which feeds the brain, but also health that takes care of the structure, but also the what we call food security, which is to make sure that we are properly fit for purpose for everything that the world throws at us. The world is navigating a very difficult moment. And for me, education is the compass, the navigational skills so that we can successfully get to our destination.
You just mentioned that in your conclusion, but why Africa's moment is finally here and is not just a promise?
Well, when you combine the sheer amount of critical minerals that we have, which is needed, and you combine the demographic momentum, and also the other opportunities in terms of infrastructure, entrepreneurship, the creativity of these young people, but also entrepreneurship, you will realize that it is a unique, that convergence of opportunities is good for growth right across the continent, but also in the world.
In your opinion, Mr. President, what is the missing link between population growth and real prosperity?
Investment. Real population growth means nothing. Demographics does not mean anything. It means that we have to make them fit for purpose for the world in which we live. We have to equip them with, again, I use this word, the navigational tools to be able to navigate an extremely complex and evolving world in which we live today. Without that, they are going to be lost and they are going to be part of the liability of society. And today, we have boundaries. We can attempt to move people. But again, like capital, people move towards opportunities, an environment that is great. So we can attempt to shift them, but they will always come back. So let's educate them where they are, give them the tools to contribute to national development, but also to global economy, and that will make them meaningful citizens of the world. They have to be global nomads, people who roam the world with ideas, skills, and the energy, the creativity, but also the technical skills to contribute wherever they find themselves.
Like you this morning, and as someone who was born in Africa, I was disappointed to not hear Africa being mentioned. So what does the world still misunderstand about Africa?
I think we have to speak up, Africa. You have to create platforms like this for us to come and tell the world that there is a place called Africa, and it is the source of most of the critical minerals. It still holds the great potential to feed the world, and that we have great people there who only need to be invested in.
Can you attract investment without strong institutions, Mr. President?
We are building those institutions. We know that capital is shy of a lot of things. Instability, lack of predictability, policy uncertainty, the many hurdles and over-regulation of the economy, too much taxes, especially corporate tax. So these are all things that we are working on. And in Sierra Leone in particular, we have done quite a bit on that one. You can register a company in 24 hours. We have one of the lowest corporate taxes in West Africa. We are the second most peaceful country in West Africa and fifth most peaceful country in the whole of Africa. So the conditions exist to invite you, but it's beckoning, but we need to maybe amplify that beckoning so that all the world can see and come and be part of us to build. We don't just want to be a source of raw materials. That is what is happening. And we talk about the global economy. We want to fuel it with African resources, but we are not talking about Africa as a place where value addition can take place and also support the world.
What could happen, Mr. President, if global capital doesn't show up in Africa very fast?
We are going to continue to, like I told you, we are going to continue to build the future for ourselves. It may be slow, but I know that capital will always go where the conditions exist for profit, and we are going to create that environment so that it becomes so inviting that the world will have to turn up in Africa.
Is, in your opinion, the world offering Africa's partnership or just conditions, aids?
Lately, they are offering partnerships. We have in Sierra Leone in particular, especially with the United States, we have had a lot of approaches and we are working on those partnerships, public-private partnerships that will transform the economy. So the days of conditions are not much. I think we can dialogue. This is a great platform for dialogue, like we said today. Dialogue is the beginning. We humanize. You put your case, I put my case. We can only talk about a deal when it's comfortable. So we also have to present our case in a more rational way and ones that make it possible for investors to view it as a place.
And if Africa leverages its demographics, how powerful can it become?
I mean, 1 in 4 people is going to be African. That is no mean feat. I believe that we have the power to not only develop Africa, but also to share that creativity, especially of the young people, with the world. Before we have done it, and we can do it in a more creative and mutually beneficial way today, where Africa gets to benefit, the world gets to benefit, and we all make progress together. We cannot afford to work in silos and think that it's going to work. Development, prosperity must be shared so that the world will be at peace.
If we look at the world map, your country, Sierra Leone, is probably one of the closest countries to the American continent. If we look, it's almost straight. So what do you have to say to the potential American and Latin America investors?
Well, we are sitting right across the Atlantic, and we have a lot to share in common, and we are calling on the potential partners in the United States and especially across Latin America that we can work together. And at scale, we are also involving governance at scale in such a way that we are creating the conditions necessary for them to come. And I can assure anybody that goes into Sierra Leone that I will not only help you to get registered, but we will accompany you through the many processes so that you become a registered business, but also have returns on your investment and to be able to repatriate it. We are doing that for a few companies that are there, and we want to invite the world to come there. We are prepared. Sierra Leone is open for partnership, and that is all we have to say to them.
Mr. President, you are not just the President of Sierra Leone, you are not just an African leader. Your country had a seat for almost 3 years at the UN Security Council. What did you learn from that experience?
The world is complex. There's much that goes on that we, the ordinary people, when we are out of that chamber, don't see. But that is for us to discuss. It's quite an enormous task. And navigating these complexities is what we have to master in order for us to have a world that is equitable, that we share. There is so much wealth, but it is limited to a few countries, and the world is not going to be at peace if we do not share, because boundaries should not be separation walls. They are actually lines of cooperation. That is what they should serve. We should share in this, the creativity that other countries have had the opportunity of taking to higher levels. So Africa is the place, I think, for investors with a vision. I will invite you to be ahead of the curve, to pre-position yourself there, so that by the time the world realizes, you would have been far gone. We are going to make sure that Africa moves.
And ladies and gentlemen, if I have just a little advice to give you, just visit Sierra Leone because the capital has a fantastic name, Freetown. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for His Excellency, the President of Sierra Leone. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, thank you. An excellent discussion. Thanks. Our final session today takes a look even further ahead into a frontier where AI and synthetic biology are beginning to converge in ways that could reshape medicine and industry, and in fact, maybe even the very building blocks of life. You all know Colossal from its pioneering genetic engineering work and the company's work on de-extinction with an aim to revive species. Some have even said resurrect species like the woolly mammoth, the Tasmanian tiger, the dodo bird. So please watch this video, which comes to us courtesy of Colossal. And then right after that video, we're going to welcome to the stage Peter Diamandis and Ben Lamb, who is the CEO of Colossal.
We have this field called de-extinction.
We are correcting our intervention in nature.
Absolutely mission critical.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ben Lamb is, in my opinion, one of the most extraordinary CEOs out there. 5 incredible exits across video games, mobile, defense tech, AI. And what you're doing now, for me, is one of the most, you're literally making science fiction real at a level. And one of the introductory points I'll make, just which is fun for those here locally, is it true that you actually cloned Tom Brady's dog?
Yeah, he's a Miami native now, right? Yeah, we did clone Tom's dog. He came to us. He's an investor in Colossal, and he came to us and he said, he had a dog that was suffering and dying, and at the time, cloning was pretty invasive. You had to take skin biopsies and tissue samples and all this, and he was like, I don't want to do that. And I was like, we do have this experimental technology where we think we can isolate endothelial cells from blood and just take a simple blood draw. And Tom's like, well, I'm fine with that. So we did, and it was the first animal ever cloned using EPCs, which is amazing. And it's also non-invasive, which was great.
I mean, I think if you could clone Tom Brady, you'd be a hell of a business. So
we've made that joke, but
Ben partnered with George Church, one of the legendary scientists at a Harvard Medical School, to create Colossal. Took it from 0 to over $10 billion in valuation in 4 years. But let's, so in Colossal,
I know it is the most undervalued American company. I agree.
I do agree, knowing what I know.
Yeah.
So let's begin with the basics. Number one, you're publicly cloning 4 species, but I hear there's many more in the pipeline.
Yeah, so we are working on the mammoth, the Tasmanian tiger, the dodo, and the moa with Peter Jackson, which is also weird and interesting. But yeah, we are. There may be more stuff coming.
Yeah, maybe. So why did you get in the
We got a lot of feedback when we didn't tell anyone about the dire wolves and then showed them to everybody.
Yeah,
So
cover of Time magazine when they brought back the first extinct species, dire wolf pups, which was incredible. You broke the internet with those cute little dogs.
Yeah, we made surprise people again.
So why did you set out to build a de-extinction company, and how is it a business versus a huge science project?
Yeah, I think a lot of people ask the second question, but we're in the extinction crisis, and there's many world leaders here, and probably understand this better than probably the general public. But it's forecasted that we could lose up to 50% of all biodiversity in the next 25 years. So and that has cascading effects on ecosystems, ecotourism, food and water supply, and these animals play a pretty crucial role. And so George and I thought that if we could go build a company that sought out to create value through the technologies that we developed, create impact through helping conservation and species, and also inspire the next generation, we could essentially subsidize all the conservation work through the technologies that we're developing around de-extinction.
Amazing. And in order to do the de-extinction work, you've actually built an incredible assemblage of PhDs and AI engineers. Can you speak about what the pipeline platform, what have you built to enable that capability?
We actually do a really terrible job of talking about AI because I feel like we live in this world where every company you see is like, you probably get the most pitches in this, right? It's like, this is my spoon company. It's an AI-enabled spoon company. You can't eat cereal without the AI algorithm. And so we try not to talk about AI much, but every part of our end-to-end system for synthetic biology, we had to go build, right? It's a systems model, right? So it's not like we had to go build software. We had to go build software in 10 different places that does ancestral state reconstructions, that looks at comparative genomics, that actually measures media conditions, because a lot of the cell types that we're growing are non-model species. So we had to innovate across all those spectrums. Even cloning, like we bought the 2 biggest cloning companies in the world last year, and most cloning efficiency is only 2%. Their technologies enable 78% cloning efficiency.
Amazing.
So we had to build that whole systems model for biology, which is pretty powerful because it can enable a kind of plethora of additional things if you take away de-extinction and species preservation at its core.
When I was visiting, they have the most, if you visit their facility in Dallas,
which is not open to the public.
But if you're lucky enough to get there, it is Jurassic Park. It is crazy extraordinary. And so I'm speaking to your scientists, and they're talking about, the gene edits required to lengthen a tusk or to make the hair woollier or, lengthen a snout. And so the realization was, there are a million of genetic parameters like promoters, enhancer sequences, gene copies, all of these things that enable you to create a phenotype from a genotype. And that's the complexity that AI enables.
And we couldn't do it without AI, right? Like for us, it'd take like 50 to 1,000 years probably to do it without AI. So it is, access to compute and AI is kind of critical to some of the discoveries. And what's great now, because of kind of like some of our AI-assisted co-pilots with our comp bio team, we've set every record in genome engineering and cloning out there.
So what I love about what you're doing as well is the platform is going to de-extinct species, but the platform is also building other spin-out companies that enable what you're able to do. So you're just telling me backstage that Astromech, you just did the spin-out when?
We launched the company about 9 months ago.
And you just raised...
We actually didn't launch it. We filed the Form D and didn't take the stupid hit, and we filed the Form D like you're supposed to do, and then so people found out. We didn't properly launch it, so it's technically out.
Okay, but it's at a $2 billion valuation already.
Yeah, so it is our first, it's our fourth spin out, but it is our first unicorn spin out. So about 9 months, so it's good.
So what other kinds of spin-out technologies are you likely? Can we talk about that?
Yeah, so we spun out a plastic degradation company called Breaking, which I'm super excited about. I think that outside the biodiversity crisis, the plastic crisis is an existential crisis.
You guys all know that in your brain, on average, humans have 7 grams of microplastics.
It's real gross.
Like a credit card versus, right? And in the placenta, in your testicles, in your ovaries, throughout your body. And it's growing, and most of it, 90%, enters through your gut.
This is the only talk that you can say direwolves, mammoths, artificial wombs, and testicles. Safe space.
Yes. So what is Breaking doing in the microplastics world?
So Breaking is the Wyss Institute discovered an incredible microbe that the enzyme from this microbe and this other concert of microbes creates an enzyme that breaks the chemical bonds of plastics, right? So it doesn't make just microplastics, it makes smaller plastics. And there's no pre-treatment, it just works with water and salt. So there's huge applications to everything from ocean cleanup to industrial textiles.
And you're working with some of the largest companies out there.
Yeah, so we have 14 pilots in the textile world. We've got 3 pilots right now in industrial wastewater and 1 in water purification today. We're also now, we've taken the technology and started to do formulations around human healthcare, and we're deep in research mode around what are the applications to removing that credit card size amount of plastic, because 90% of it is ingested, right? So it's through food and through water and not just...
What I love is the idea is imagine taking a supplement every morning, and it allows those enzymes to be in your gut to break down the microplastics into constituent molecules that then pass through you.
Yeah, it literally breaks the chemical bond. So the byproduct is biomass and carbon.
Another fun spin out that
was all enabled by our platform.
Yeah. Another fun thing that you're working on that might be of interest to at least half the room here is, or maybe the whole room, is artificial wombs.
Yeah. So our vision long term for species preservation is right now we use surrogates, so we use other species as a surrogate, right, and donor cells. But long term with induced pluripotent stem cells and some of the other technologies that we're developing, we have 3 artificial womb projects going on. I believe that in 2026 we'll see progress on at least 1, if not 2 of them, which would be crazy if things continue on the current course and speed. And but it's to grow things fully ex utero, right? And so think about the applications to human healthcare. Think about the application also to endangered species, right? Which is also pretty interesting. It's like instead of like guarding the last 2 northern white rhinos, why don't we use synthetic biology to engineer in synthetic diversity or lost diversity from museums, create those embryos, and then grow them ex utero. And so you can help manage populations. And there's tens of millions of dollars a year going to some of these different species programs to protect the last few of these species, which I'm not saying we shouldn't do, but we shouldn't do them after the point that we actually have the protection capabilities for nature.
One of the areas that people don't realize is that the de-extinction business is also giving birth to ecotourism and biovaults.
Yep.
And you've just announced a 9-figure contract with the Emirates.
Yep. So working, right before the conflict started, we were working very closely with UAE. We still working great with them. We checked with them last week, both Dubai and Abu Dhabi, on helping them understand and build kind of like a Noah's, if the de-extinction stuff is like our Jurassic Park business, the biovaults in some of our government work is more our Noah's Ark business. And so we're helping countries, we've built a system both from a hardware perspective and software perspective to help countries understand their biodiversity, cryopreserve it, and so preserve it, sequence it, and build stem cells and everything that you really need to truly preserve life, not just put in a fridge, and then over time track and understand the ecological functions of those species, and more importantly, the biodiversity and bottleneck that could come. And so we're working with them and also building educational and content around it for kids, because as I mentioned, a third of our goals is for inspiration. And so getting kids and parents and teachers to understand why we need to preserve species, why these species are important. And yeah, we're now rolling out, we have 12 other governments we're now working with. To build this distributed biovault network.
Can you give the example of the dodo in Mauritius a second? I love that example.
Yeah, so is what Peter's talking about is rewilding. So in addition to the species preservation work and some of the rewilding work, both for extinct species and living species, some of the species that work on have cultural implications, right? And so we're working very closely with several governments on extinct species. And we work with species that exist all over the world. So we work with the governments, the indigenous people groups, private landowners, to say if we can return these species back into the wild, one, what can you do to help support that rewilding program? So you have to if Mauritius doesn't clean up the ecosystem with the invasive species that the Dutch introduced, not picking on anyone from Mauritius or the Dutch, these were people that are not alive anymore. And we reintroduce a ground-dwelling bird, the invasive species there will end up killing the ground-dwelling birds. And so we have to, so there's a huge kind of halo effect to that. But there's also a cultural aspect to it, right? And so if you've got...
I mean, it's dodos on their money, on their stamps.
Yeah, and it's culturally important to them, right? But no one's ever seen a dodo. No one alive that we know of has ever seen a dodo. And so for us, if we can do that, the importance of the Mediterranean people, how could it affect GDP? 95+% of their GDP comes from ecotourism, right?
And I bet you people will flock to there to go see this extinct bird.
Yeah, and also see in its natural habitat versus
in a zoo.
Yeah, we're not anti-zoo, but we work with zoos for conservation purposes. But to go see them back in their wild and give that to the country, what better gift could a company do?
Amazing. So there's another technology. So I named this. So full disclosure, I'm an early investor and advisor.
Peter was one of my first texts.
And I love this company. And it's, we talk about $1 trillion here and $1 trillion there in the AI world. For me, this is about building living products that have never existed before.
Yep.
This is one of the most highest leverage capabilities of AI in biology ever. And so there are $1 trillion markets that are going to be flowing out of this.
Yeah, and I think that AI, I'm with you. I'm an optimist around AI. We hear a lot of the other side around it. You do probably more so than I do. But AI is going to negatively impact many industries. It's going to positively impact other industries, right? Like healthcare. This is a category with synthetic biology that I think that AI only supercharges. And we're seeing that even in our use cases today.
Another company spinning out of the Colossal platform, another capability spinning out, which is as big as almost everything we've talked about so far, are gene drives. Can you speak about that? What is it? How big is this?
So gene drives, I think, are a 40% technology problem, 60% marketing problem. I mean, people get scared because they're like, oh no, genie in the bottle, what are we going to do? And people tried to do a type of gene drive in Africa to eradicate mosquitoes, but mosquitoes are a part of the food web there. So you have to think about the trade-offs there. And we're now getting to better understand ecosystem resilience. And that's one of the things that Astromech's doing is looking at ancestral state reconstruction models and evolutionary trends to predict susceptibility, which we think is really interesting. That's why there's excitement around that particular set of technologies. But with that, you could look at gene drives and you could say, okay, if you have biovaults and you have de-extinction technologies and cloning technologies and the right AI prediction models, if you were to remove a species safely and also safely for the species and under the right animal welfare conditions, including mammals, you could then, if there's an issue, you could reverse it back. And so gene drives and being able to engineer traits into a wild population and track that managed outreach or outflow, I think is really important, because people always, against gene drives say, oh, we should with nature, we don't understand how it works. It's like, but we muck with nature every day.
So bottom line, the screwworm, different species of toads.
They're spending Texas is spending $1.5 billion on the screwworm, which is a parasitic fly that's coming
and
up.
It's not working.
No, it's not working. We have.
So the idea here is there's an engineered approach where when you infect the species you want to eliminate, its progeny only have male heirs. And so the species you infect lives out its lifespan. The next generation of males live out their lifespan, but then there's no species after that.
And that's really important because, most people won't be mad at killing a mosquito, but cats are a huge problem in Australia. They're decimating, we have 60 people in our lab in Australia, and we work closely with the government there, and they're decimating the small marsupial population. But no one wants you to go out there and shoot cats and poison cats, which then has a ripple effect to the ecosystem.
Bottom line, it's a deca-billion, $100 billion line of business for a multitude of countries around the world. One last area, which represents probably 5 different areas, but the ability to engineer plants for disease-resistant, drought-resistant, to grow faster, to grow bigger. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, there's been a lot of early work over the years, and I think that certain companies like Monsanto got arrows in the back for being GMO, and then there's just anti-GMO movement, which I think now mostly subsided. But fundamentally, we now have tools and technologies in that pipeline that can be applied to plants. Are there types of wheat and other crops that have gone extinct or through crossbreeding has lost some of its nutritional value? How do we increase that, right? How do we, in a rapidly changing ecosystem and environment, how do we actually take technologies, apply them to plants where we have drought resistance, right? Or they could be in a more tropical setting that maybe wasn't like that 50 years ago.
So this isn't theory, you're building these capabilities.
We're working on these capabilities. Yeah, we don't have anything ready to announce yet on the plant side. But we are working on the capabilities. I do think that we can engineer and out-engineer the take that we as humans have from nature. And I think that synthetic biology is the only path to do that.
Okay. I'm not going to ask you about dinosaurs.
We did say Jurassic Park in the first 30 seconds.
Okay. But I will ask you, theoretically, is it possible for you to engineer a living Pikachu or a dragon? Theoretically speaking.
I believe
would you have to kill me if you answered?
I believe the trajectory that we are on and the understanding of the genotype to phenotype relationships and the myriad of multiplex editing and DNA synthesis, trait engineering at that scale is very possible.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for the amazing Ben Lam and Colossal.
You ended with dragons.
Fantastic, guys. Peter and Ben, thank you very much. And thanks to all of you for joining us today. This is going to conclude the plenary program. Please head over to the FII Hotel for the breakout sessions. And tomorrow's plenary begins at 8:30 sharp. And we'll see you then. Thank you.